You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
60 degrees right now.
That's nice.
Yeah, a little damp on the floor, but
Yeah, buddy.
looks like the rain's done. It's going to be cloudy, maybe a little bit of wind in the afternoon, but high of 70.
Beautiful.
So we got that going for us, buddy. And
Okay.
we, as Rochesterians, are in celebration mode this morning.
Celebration?
Yes.
What's going on?
Your Rochester Americans took a trip down the 90 and swept the Syracuse Crunch
Man,
last night.
My boys did it, huh?
Yeah, that's right. Can you name a single Rochester American?
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Jody Gage.
Yeah.
Well, that's when the game was a game, son.
Still doing it.
That's
huh?
when the men played.
Still playing after all these years. Can you name the head coach of the Amerks?
No.
Okay. Would you like to stand?
Is it Martin something?
No. No. Martin something?
Why did that name come to your mind?
Something.
Well, I know. I saw him on the news last night.
Yeah.
Talking.
You talking about Martin something?
Yeah.
So the name Martin just popped in your head for some reason.
Coach something. Very excited about
Coach
last
Martin.
night's
Oh, Coach Marty.
The Amerks, so they get their second straight 4-0 win to eliminate the Crunch. They're moving on to the division finals. Goalie Devin Levi, back-to-back playoff shutouts.
Damn.
That's huge.
So one more series, and then they go.
No,
for
they
the-
have like 17
Yeah,
more
this
series.
goes on
Oh, yeah.
forever.
The Calder Cup playoffs.
They go into like June.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
You have to win like 19
Yeah.
rounds. You have to, when you get to a bridge, you have to answer 3 questions for patrol. But past the excitement, by the way, I want to say this because it's remarkable.
Yeah.
Devin Levi, the goalie for the Amerks,
Yeah.
has not allowed a goal in 156 minutes of game time.
So that's how many?
Over 2 games.
God damn.
A period's 20 minutes, so 3/6. So it's 7 1/4 periods.
Wow.
And he's a
Yeah.
baby boy. He's just a kid.
So are they that good, or is Syracuse that bad?
No, I mean it's playoffs, so
They've
everybody's
been
Oh,
good
yeah.
all season.
yeah.
So, yeah.
They've been jockeying for like first. It's all thanks to Coach Martin Something's new systems that he put in.
Oh wait, are they installing the Marty system?
They call it the something system. Idiot. But past the Amerks winning their first series,
Yeah.
there is a mystery of brewing in the Amerks locker room.
What's the mystery?
Well, so for the last couple of weeks, the team in postgame interviews have been wearing these black T-shirts and sweatshirts.
Yeah.
And it's got a team motto on it. It has the letters GITFO spread out on the front of the sweatshirt.
GITFO.
GITFO, get fo.
Oh, what does it mean?
So that's just it.
Did you
It's
figure
a
it out?
mystery.
All right. So when goalie Devin Levi last week was asked what it stood for by our good buddy Hot Take Stan Fates,
Yeah.
he said, and I quote, "I can't say it."
Oh, is that
There's
nasty?
a swear word in it.
But he did say new head coach Martin something. No, Mike,
Coach Marty.
head coach Mike Leone.
Oh, Michael Leone.
He brought this saying to the team when they started this year. So reporters went to the coach and they asked him about it, to which he replied, quote, "I'm not going to get into the details of that."
So he didn't make it up, though. I mean, is this something that hockey players do?
I've never heard of this saying before, ever.
So did you try to figure it out?
So that's just it. Mason Jobs, he's a forward on the team.
I think it's Yopst. Or Yost.
Are you sure?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, Yahtzee? Martin Yahtzee? Yeah, great kid.
Mason Yops.
Thought it was Joe. Anyway,
I don't
Yeah.
know. Could be making that up. I feel like I looked it up once.
you're as bad as he is over here. I could be wrong. But anyway, he said, and I quote, "I've seen some comments online, and I haven't seen one person get it right yet. So, what the hell does GITFO
All
stand
right,
for?
so we know what the FO means.
F's got to be F word.
Yeah.
What's the
Right.
O?
Out.
Out.
Okay.
That's
F
what
out.
Yeah.
Okay, but why would you be
F
getting the
out.
F out as a...
Get out of my house. I just beat your ass. Get out of my house.
No, they said it's been a thing. It says when things get tough, all season, they lean on this motto. We're getting little clues, but we're not finding out what it is.
I'm going with F out. Is the
No, but
last
why?
thing.
If things get
Yeah.
tough, I'm
Well,
going
now you
to
gotta-
I'm gonna get the F out.
Yeah,
That's your
yeah.
motto.
But what else could the O stand for?
Right.
If the F is
Yeah.
F.
I'm saying all right, so the G is get.
Yeah. Okay. Is it get?
I'm just throwing it out
Okay.
there.
Well, no. I want to hear B. I love how like you're guessing with this, but Martin something was your locked-in choice for head coach.
Get it the F out?
Get it the F out? Like what? What are we getting
I
the
don't
F
know,
out?
all the jitters? I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, but see, here's the thing.
F on.
Oh!
Get it on. We getting it on.
Get it the F out,
We getting
man.
it done.
We're gonna get it the F out.
okay.
But why would you lean on that when you're like having a hard time on the ice?
Because you
We
got to
gotta
turn it
fire
on.
it up, man. We got to get it going. We got to get it on.
Get it the F on?
Right.
Okay.
Got to bring it.
Okay, but see, those are two very
Get it done.
Kimmy, those are two very easy things to come up with, and we're dumb when we came up with them immediately. And if the Emirates say they've been looking online and nobody's guessed it yet, it's got to be more complicated than that. You're going to tell me a bunch of Emirates fans putting their heads together couldn't come up with something better than what we just came up with?
But it can't be that deep. It's a bunch of hockey kids.
What the hell does that mean?
You know what it means.
Bro, hockey coaches are very philosophical. Look at Herb Brooks.
Yeah, I can see when they interview him. Yeah, well, you got to get it down there. We got to drop that puck back across that line there and get. You got to dig it out of that corner faster, get across that line.
I love how he started Canadian and he ended up in South Carolina. Like he's the head coach of the Carolina Stingrays.
Well, yeah, I know. Big going on.
I know, but big going.
Like, it could have just been something one of them said before they rallied for a win. Let's get it that fun, boys.
All right. But we know that it has come from the coach. We know that.
Okay, so he initiated this to the boys to fire him up.
Okay.
They made T-shirts out of it.
Yes, I'm going to give you some quote.
All right.
I'm going to give you some quote. I'm going to give you some background. Again, we're talking about the Amherst last night. They beat the Syracuse Crunch in Syracuse. Also, Amherst fans took over their arena.
Oh.
Like if you were listening on the call last night on our sister station 95.7.
Well, short drive down there, right?
But you could hear the "Let's Go Amherst" chants over the radio. They win 4-0. They take the series in a sweep, but they've been wearing these shirts the last couple of weeks. GITFO on the front of it. It's some kind of slogan, but when asked what they mean, all the players are like, "Oh, I can't say." All right. So this is from the story from Hot Takes Dan Fates on 13 Wham. The motto of the shirts have become part of this identity. The head coach, quote, "What kind of player and what kind of person it takes to be the phrase," and I've just used it ever since. So it's from the coach.
All right.
So it's someone being this.
Right.
GITFO. You are being
something.
GITFO. So it can't be.
Well, what's some of the jargon that hockey players
What's
use?
some of the? You should know.
Well, you're the one.
Well, no, you're sitting here telling me about who the coaches are, what the coaches sound like, what part of Georgia the coaches are from. All right.
Don't be a.
Don't be. It starts with a G. Okay, so I'm going to read you some more quotes.
Gentlemen,
time, F off. Turns out the head coach is a caveman.
Very, very motivating.
All right, defenseman Zach Metze, he says, quote, "It gives us that little bit of extra juice and something to think about when times get tough. It just means be a gamer. Go get the job done." That's from Devin Levi, the goalie. You can't teach that. It comes from inside. You just buy in from the group. Question. If it's a slogan you can't say out loud, why'd you make shirts out of it that you're wearing in front of cameras?
Be a little curious.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? And here's the thing. Oh, by the way, also on the sleeves and shirts.
Yeah, what does it say?
Of the shirts and hoodies, there's the number 96. It stands for 1996, which is the last time this team won the Calder Cup.
Remember that one?
Oh,
yeah.
Goons on the.
No, nobody.
Goons in the.
Effing.
Out. On.
I don't know.
Goons in the effing on.
Offense. Could it be offense?
Goons in the effing offense,
I don't know.
and the goalie's wearing it.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
Well, he's got to support the offense.
You know what's funny is goons in the effing on is something Tommy would say and want to make a slogan. The fact that you can't form sentences is actually making this harder with you guessing. No, but okay.
Yeah.
There have been stuff like this, teammate things where fans embrace it and they start selling versions.
It becomes it starts with the team and it just expands throughout the franchise and the fans.
And then they're selling T-shirts and the gift shop.
That was trust the process with the Bills.
Yeah. You can't. Why would you pick one you can't market? Right? I'm not gonna buy a T-shirt because what if it's something horrific?
And you got your little kid wearing it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, I've made a terrible mistake. I mean. Would people really be? How bad could it be?
It's probably not that bad. I think it's just the F word. That's all it is.
Okay, but you could just say F.
Yeah. F with a little star.
Yeah.
So you think the whole thing's offensive?
Well, I don't know. Well, see, that's just it.
I mean, it's just motivating to get fired up.
No. Oh. Nope.
Oh, yeah.
F-O. Oh, yeah.
No, but then the F
word.
We
can't spell.
No, but here's the thing. If the F word isn't the bad word.
Yeah, what other one would it be?
Well, it's got to.
G.
What bad words start with G?
Nothing.
Okay. No. I.
What?
T is the only one that
T,
T.
Yeah.
What's O? Ovulation.
Orgasm. I don't know. Off.
Okay. There's another word in front of that.
I know, but
you are the worst person to play this game.
We're just brainstorming. There's no bad ideas.
No,
when
there
we're
is bad
brainstorming.
ideas when all you have to do is come up with the first letter
But you
of a
can't come
word.
up with nothing.
No, you can't command nothing. That's what it stands for. No, I'm dying to know. Like, please.
This is going to drive me nuts now all day.
That's what I'm saying, right? And
Because I'm just thinking of dirty stuff now.
but how is it that there's no other potential dirty word that starts with a G, I, or an O? And T, you wouldn't put
Yeah.
on a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Come on, boys. Out.
Yeah, what are you going to do with them?
Oh, no, that wouldn't make sense.
Go for it. Go. What you got?
No,
Yeah, just
because I
say it.
can't. Because I can't make the I work. I don't
Okay.
know.
What? Okay. Without the I, what were you thinking?
Well, if the T is
You can-
get something effing out.
So,
yeah,
hands
that's
out for the
impossible
boys.
to say.
Okay. All right. Could the T be taint?
Oh, yeah, sure. Why would
guess
you
it-
have
yeah.
taint?
Taint's out for the boys.
Is that for the
But
goalie,
then-
like when he's on the ice? Like when he's trying to block his shot with his taint?
Look, yeah, the old. You talking about the old taint save?
Well, you know, he was out there last
Boys.
night. You know, thank God he had that taint going for him there. You know, he's a real stopper out there with that taint. You know, he's got about an 8-inch taint there.
Well, look, I mean,
And
with
some of these kids coming out of some of those western provinces have enormous taints.
with Devin Levi, the goalie, going to back-to-back shutout wins, 156 minutes of game time. His taint is on point.
They say he's the Alberta tainter. He's quite some kid. You know, he come out of that farm country up that way.
Okay, look.
Yeah, his father played up there in Yellowknife.
Oh, no kidding. What team was that?
It was the old Yellowknife tainers. Be
A lot
careful
of-
where you put your knife.
A lot of taint up there in Yellowknife.
A
It's
lot of it.
cold. You'd
Oh,
think
yeah.
you would be covered in your taint. Not a lot of exposed taint up in the Yukon there, buddy.
We have a vote for get it the F on.
Oh, but that seems too simple. Get it the
But it
F?
probably
It
is that simple.
Yeah.
Well, then just say it.
Because you can't with the
Because you
F.
can't.
No, but just say F.
By the way, it's
Yeah.
not all that clever even.
Well, I could see somebody just saying that in the locker room, and then it just becomes your thing.
Again, it is said in the story
Yeah.
that the coach brought it to the team.
Ah.
Like it's something like he's always believed
All
in.
right.
Okay.
Like I would be
Get it
disappointed
on.
if the coach always
Oh, no. Get it there, phone.
on your tank. All right, we got a dynamite. Get it the F on.
Crack that code.
Got a breaker for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday. You know what that means.
I think we already started getting a little Canadian creepy this
Well, I
morning.
mean, look, it's possible the Canadians are the ones that are creepy. We're
Oh,
just
yeah.
living here. Creep cap, all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, just after 7 o'clock. Just after 7:30, there is a man who works in the government,
Yeah.
makes laws and things, who wants to change the way high school sports work in New York.
Oh.
Because he claims that when the playoffs start for every sport across the state,
Yeah.
things get very unfair. Because there are schools that have advantages, and those schools are playing against kids that don't have those advantages. And there's a debate to be had here.
Well, aren't some of like the greatest players come from these schools?
I mean, most
Like LeBron
uh,
came from a school like this.
Well,
could
that's
you
a
have picked
totally
the,
different-
You picked the greatest basketball player of all time.
but
Well,
didn't
but
they
you're-
grab him to go play in this system?
Well, there are like these. I mean, there are like these extreme private sports schools
Buffalo's
that like
got one,
people
right?
will like travel to. Like kids will come from out of state to
yeah,
go.
like Coach
to.
Martin went to it.
Oh, you're talking about Martin something?
Yeah.
Coach Martin something?
By the way, we have another vote for grind at the F out.
Oh, I like that one. Grind
Okay.
it the F out. That
All
might
right.
be it.
Is grind used a lot in hockey?
Yeah, he's a grinder.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Grind
yeah.
it all
Oh, yeah, big grinder. Yeah.
grind it all over his
Oh,
taint.
yeah, yeah. He grind that taint up pretty good there, yeah. Yeah, we had to have trainers look at it. Yeah, we taped her up.
We're going to tell you what this idea is. Not the taint idea, but this. We'll just get to it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF.
All right,
Plus
here
a
you go.
whole bunch more. Shut up. But first, Tommy, we're having 3 sports breaks. We're talking about all of them right now because there is a major sports event tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
At one point, this was the biggest sporting event in
yeah.
America, buddy.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what's weird is it's gone through like this roller coaster because it was up here and everyone cared,
Yeah.
and then for a while nobody paid any attention to it, and then all of a sudden it's on the rebound again.
Yes.
But it's hard to tell if there was someone who was really into this tomorrow, if this is some classy, highbrow man or lady, or this is some big old trash bag. And we'll get into it next here on CMF. was the crown jewel of American sporting events at one point.
Oh, yeah.
Like everybody in the world paid attention to this. You listened to this on the radio.
Oh, yeah.
Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
And then for a very long time, nobody cared.
Yeah, it just went away.
Yeah, but it's had a renaissance over the last 10 years, and that's great for the sport. But because of the ebbs and flows of how this has gone, it's hard to tell if someone who's really into this tomorrow is the classiest of class or the trashiest of trash.
Yeah, it does. It will bring out both.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, you know, they say there's no distance too far to make some money.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what two men from New Jersey proved,
Okay.
if the allegations are true, in a story here in Rochester. But what they thought they were getting, well worth the time they put in the car.
Oh, really?
But that number could be lower. We'll get into everything.
Okay.
Just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tomorrow, the Kentucky Derby.
Oh, the Riding of the Roses.
That's right. Churchill does in Kentucky, a bunch of horses and celebrities, billionaires. So it's been a weird 20 years for the Kentucky Derby.
For horse racing?
Yeah, because, I mean, look, the horse racing was the sport of king.
Yeah.
Right? Like when
there was three big sports like in the 30s. You had horse racing, baseball, and boxing.
You got it. Yes. And the world revolved around the Kentucky Derby. Like, there are horses that are looked upon as, like, elite athletes.
So there's shrines, like if you go down, like, to Lexington of these, in Louisville, of these goddamn horses. Like, where they're buried like they're presidents.
Can we do a sidebar real quick?
Yeah.
Because, like, you know, they'll do lists of, like, the top 20 athletes of all time.
Yeah.
And every once in a while, you'll see the horse secretariat.
Or
show
like
up
the
on that
most
list.
decorated.
Yeah. Like, that's like a slap in the face to all humans ever. The horse doesn't know that he's a competitor.
Yeah, true.
He's just, ow, 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 and he runs fast.
Well, it's like when Rin Tin Tin got an Academy Award.
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
They gave a dog an Academy Award.
So did Lassie. Lassie got an Emmy twice. Think about that. They brought that damn dog out and gave it an Emmy.
Imagine
and all it
losing to
did
the
was
dog.
whiz on the stage. What?
I said, imagine losing to the dog.
And to be fair, all you do is whiz into that microphone every morning, but you've never won an award. All right.
What's crazy, too, is you don't even know any of the jockeys. Like,
Did
can you
know?
name a
Oh,
jockey?
you're right. No, I can't name a single jockey.
And, like,
No.
they're the ones, like, you know, steering the wheel, I guess.
So I just saw how much they make, a jockey, because I just watched this piece. And the jockey, if he wins it all, let's say he wins the Kentucky Derby, his cut is roughly $300,000.
Not bad.
Hold on.
Oh.
He's got to pay everybody that he owes to get his ass there.
Oh.
So it sounds like a lot of money, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then look what Josh Allen makes per game.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that horse ain't got any thumbs. He can't throw a football. Enough.
True.
So, like, there was a point where the Kentucky Derby, I mean, you know, everyone knew about it, but it was almost irrelevant. You weren't like, stopping to watch it. Then all of a sudden, over the last 15 years, it's become this big thing again. Celebrities show up at Churchill Downs in Kentucky for these lavish parties.
It's an event.
You got it. It's nothing but money.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a messy-ass drunk fest all day
Oh,
long.
yeah. It brings out every level of alcoholic.
All right, so with all that being said,
There's a signature drink.
yeah, mint julep.
Yeah.
Gross, by the way,
Well, it's just crushed ice and bourbon.
with mint in it.
Yeah.
Ugh.
It's not that bad.
Take it.
It
I've
kind
had
of sounds good.
Yeah, it'll knock your ass out because you're drinking straight bourbon.
You like mint chocolate chip? Well, here, let me set it on fire. All right, so I'll ask this question.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is the Kentucky Derby classy or trashy?
Well, it's both. I mean, it depends where you're sitting, right? Are you on the rail or you're up in the club seats?
If there's one thing Tommy always wants to be, it's on the rail.
I love it on the rail. I used to spend many Saturday on the rail, son, and I was howling and shouting, "Come on! Come on, baby! Come on!
GITFO!
All the way! Let's go!"
Because here's the thing. You're right. There is the millionaire party
Yeah.
versus the parking lot party.
Right.
And that's not even a, like, that's a real thing.
Mm-hmm.
They have a parking lot party at Churchill Downs
Yeah.
that gets out of control. In fact, there's a video.
That's center field there.
Yeah. There is a video of a guy racing on top of porta potties a couple of years ago.
In his Sunday's best.
Yeah.
While people are chucking beers at him.
Yeah.
And he gets hit in the head and knocked off the porta potty.
But
Right?
that's also Kentucky, and that's how you go to church.
Like, here's the thing. Like, horse racing was referred to as the sport of kings,
Right.
and it was. But you walk into an OTB, I don't know how many crowns you're going to see.
True.
But
Well,
it's,
you might be drinking a couple of crowns.
But it's still kind of, you think anyone at an OTB is drinking crown?
The lower, the apple one.
About getting drunk in fancy hats.
Yes.
All right, let me put it this way. Finish this sentence.
Yeah.
You meet a stranger, a guy who's really into horse racing.
Mm-hmm.
That man is classy or trashy.
Just I don't know anything about him.
You just know that he loves horse racing.
He's a degenerate gambler.
Okay, so trashy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't shower much or go home much. He hasn't seen his kids in many years.
But when he hits, he's going to buy a brand new bicycle.
Oh, yeah.
Even though they're 34. Kimmy, when you meet a man who loves horse racing, in your head, is that man classy or trashy?
I'm gonna lean more towards trashy because if it's something that you love, like I would think like you're loving it because you like to gamble on it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So you may have a problem.
Well, no, I mean, there are people who love horse racing for the sport of horse racing.
It depends on why you love it. You know what I mean? Like, if you're somebody that can tell me everything about the horses and you just really appreciate, like, the work that it takes to get there and you know all about the breeding and all that, like, I'll give you a little bit more credit. It sounds classier than if you're just like, well, you got to take this horse, this horse, this horse. Those are your best odds of winning. Like, I think you can look at it two different ways depending on why you love horse racing.
But here's the thing. And Tommy can back me up on this. There are also degenerate gambler, trashy guys who can tell you all the stuff you just talked about.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, big time.
Oh, yeah.
Big time. No, like lineage of horses and owners and the success that they've had.
They know who's working there today because they have their favorite window and their favorite people. And they do everything, superstition. I got to do it like this, got to do it like that. Got to count my money out this way.
So it's trashy?
I mean, I guess it's
a
classier way of gambling.
There's a subculture that's always been around the track since day one, I think. And then there's like the people that are just going to go and have fun and just get drunk and put on stupid hats and just want to
do
be
it once
seen.
a year.
Yeah, they could go for the party.
Okay.
It brings everybody. It's the grocery store. Everybody's got to go to the grocery store, so you get like everybody.
252 WCMF, Kentucky Derby tomorrow, and we're trying to figure out if the Kentucky Derby is classy or trashy, because it's wealth beyond wealth, man.
Oh, yeah.
Right? But at the same time, you got guys, as Tommy said, that are wearing sweatpants that haven't showered in days, that are completely plugged into this thing. I mean, even locally, our own little horse racing mecca, Saratoga, right? Like, you go down there, it's also a mind F, because it's wealth.
It's gorgeous.
Right?
Yeah.
But then you walk into a couple of places.
There's an element there.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Whoa.
It's the oldest track. Saratoga is the oldest track in the country, and there's guys still there, like from the Civil War, probably with betting slips.
Oh, you're talking about General Taint?
Yeah, he's got wooden teeth.
All right, let's do it this way.
Yeah.
If we did a power ranking of classy guy based on how they gamble, horse racing, sports books, casino games, 1, 2, 3, the classiest is what?
Casino
games,
book.
sports book, or horse racing.
So we're talking like poker player.
But they're serious gamblers.
Yeah, I mean, like what they get into. What does it for them?
Man, because you could get all three. All three of those have levels.
I agree with you, but
you know what I mean, because I already have guys in my head that I have met, and none of them are classy.
Okay, knee-jerk reaction: horse racing, sports book, or casino games. The classiest one is go.
I'm going to probably say casino.
Okay.
That's the classiest?
It's definitely not sports book because that's just a bunch of bros. That's just a bunch of chops.
You can be a classy bro.
No.
I like sports gambling. I'm classy.
You're not a bro.
Bro, I'll bro.
You used to be a bro.
I'll bro you out.
But you left the brohood many years ago.
You out so
I know
hard.
you still think you're West Side, blah, 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 but driving your iCar to your kid to hockey camp, and then we're off to tennis, and then, oh my God, if you're going to London, let me tell you about the tube system there. It's absolutely atrocious.
Fun fact, they have their own species of mosquito in the tube. Did you
Look
know?
at that.
Yeah,
I did not know that. Wow.
It is.
I'm just thinking, like, I used to date this kid who was really, really into poker. So he'd go into, like, those poker rooms. He'd go to Atlantic City all the time. I wouldn't classify that as classy.
No, he's a bum.
Say.
That's a bum.
Okay.
But you looked around the room and it didn't scream wealth.
But
I told you there was a businessman here many years ago. Big business here in town, but he was also a big gambler. Now that guy was class, but he would go throw big money down. That guy was there too. But if you walked into the casino, you wouldn't know that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You would see that guy. He was dressed like everybody
like a
else. So
guy.
like when he walked into that casino,
So then is it classy, though?
it's hard to tell. That's my point. Like
Yeah.
it's so hard to tell. Like because you think like the old days of casinos, you're thinking of like 007 and Monte Carlo and tuxedos and diamonds.
It's so funny you bring that up because if you are not someone that was raised with gambling, right, which if you grew up in Gates or Greece, you were.
Yeah.
My wife was not.
Yeah.
And, Kimmy got married, the casino and everything. So my wife was all excited because she had never spent time at like a legitimate table game casino.
Yeah.
And she was under the impression
You're right.
that everyone would be in a tuxedo. And
Smoking jackets and martinis with like cigarettes with holders and stuff.
She made a legitimate noise when we walked onto the. She was like, "Oh!" When we walked into the gaming floor for the first time,
like it's gonna be some shifty guy from Russia with a fez on too.
But she was disappointed. She thought like the gambling experience was going to be classy. And look, it's less fun when it's classy.
Yeah.
Like you want that, like everyone's hanging out, we're all having a good time, emotions running.
But here's the big thing. Here's the thing, like with horse racing, the only time racing is classy are these derbies.
Are the big events.
Right. If you just go down any track in midweek, none of those people are there.
Well, no, because
you're going to get. It's just going to be a bunch of jamokes walking around gambling.
Counterpoint to that, though, like let's say you go to Finger Lakes or Batavia Downs or whatever like that. Yeah. Like those horses cost a fortune.
Oh yeah.
And like the people that own those horses are very wealthy, right? And there's connections down there on the track.
But you're not going to see them.
I understand, but I'm saying like that sport doesn't happen without that massive
wealth.
wealth.
Big. Yeah, it's big wealth.
And I think in that way you could argue it's classy.
Okay, but you're not going to see it. It's not going to have a face.
Okay. Horse without a face, which is weird because
Rain came in last place.
That's actually really good.
My taint really hurts.
The horse's taint?
I didn't get that close.
Longest taint in the animal kingdom, by the way.
Is it a horse?
Horse taint, yeah.
I thought it was a whale's taint.
No.
Whale taint got to be the biggest ass taint, bro. You could feed a family of like forever with that taint.
Or
you can make roll-ups.
Back in the Depression, when they were eating whale taint, all we had was whale taint.
I believe we're lucky to have it. Kind of chewy.
What's happening? We say taint one time on this show, and it becomes the theme for the rest of the day.
Taint's a really fun word. I'm sorry. I know, Tommy and I are very...
Well, you can thank the Amherst for that.
All right, so there are two gentlemen who took a hell of a car trip here to our area thinking they were going to get paid.
Oh.
And it all involves a crime that we will catch you up on. But here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
The travel for money changes based on who you're talking to.
Oh.
Because, like, for example, you and I used to put a hell of a lot of miles on our car for not a lot of cash.
And we would be upside down at the end of the week.
We'll get into the story. We'll do it for you next here in the break room. On CMF. There are two men who believed they were in for a $300,000 payday.
God damn.
And all they had to do was take a car ride.
Nice.
Well, no, because these men are now in serious trouble. The payday never existed in the first place.
Oh.
And we're about to tell you the story.
All right.
But when it comes to how far you are willing to travel for cash, right now, the distance might be longer for a lower number than you want to admit.
Mm-hmm.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. It's Friday. You know what that means.
I think we're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Also, there are standard alcohols that you go to a bar, you order,
Yeah.
that we are known for here in New York State.
Sure.
But there is a winery just east of us that is trying to make something new happen.
Oh.
Something we haven't seen in this area since the 1700s.
Oh.
What? Wait, it's a drink?
Mm-hmm.
Man, they drank some nasty stuff in the 1700s,
Well,
bro.
I mean, Tommy, look, with alcohol, the older it is, normally the more expensive.
That's
Yeah.
true.
But look at them old people.
I'm looking at one right now.
Yeah. Alcohol.
Face of a taint. We'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Tommy's mom's hometown, Horseville, USA. No, Auburn. It all started back on March 11th.
Yeah.
A woman, while on her computer, got one of those pop-up warnings from Microsoft, and it had a phone number, said you got to call to take care of this. So she called it. Of course, turned out to be scammers.
Yeah.
At different points, these men pretended to be Microsoft support, her bank, and even federal agents.
Yeah.
And Tommy, long story short, they convinced her that she was under investigation for identity theft and was looking at prison time if she didn't cooperate.
Well, which she could walk to.
Auburn.
Yeah.
Horseville.
Yeah.
They told her you have
Yeah.
to go take out money and exchange it with them after meeting them in a parking lot.
And then it'd all be cleared up?
It's all good,
Fantastic.
which is how the federal government usually
Yeah.
Now, here's a good thing. It doesn't sound like she exchanged any money.
All right.
But the scammers kept harassing her and then demanding more and more money.
All right.
The woman eventually called the police, and with the help of the victim, they set up a sting operation.
Oh, pretty cool.
They had the men meet them in the Auburn Wegmans parking lot. And the men believed they were collecting a package containing $300,000 in solid gold.
You got solid gold?
Solid gold.
Gold, baby.
Gold.
How much gold do you think that? Like, what does that look like?
It's probably only like that
Right.
much.
I would think like you don't even need a giant box for
Yeah.
it.
When the men got there for their gold,
Yeah, what happened?
they were arrested.
Oh.
The two men, a 21-year-old and a 58-year-old, were charged with grand larceny. And even more interesting, police say these men were not local. They traveled all the way from New Jersey.
Okay.
Damn.
It's a long, like 7-8 hour ride.
Okay, so let's talk about that. I would say more 6, but I mean, you would know
Depending
better.
on where you're at in Jersey.
Thank you.
This sounds like a South Jersey caper.
So let's say it's 7 hours.
All right.
So that's 14 hours round trip in a car. For $300,000, that's worth it.
You got tolls. Knock off at least $13.
Okay, I got you. But how low
Yeah.
would the cash have to be where folks would be willing to travel?
Oh, okay.
Now, let's take the scam out of it. Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is there an amount of money? 14 hours round trip. All you have to do.
And I just get the money.
Yeah. The lowest, Tommy, amount of money right now, you would be willing to travel 14 hours in a car round trip to collect.
I would have to say 14 hours.
All right, now, before you answer, I'm sorry. We also have to factor in gas, snacks, and tolls.
Oh, so that's all coming out of pocket.
You got it. So let's say 3 tanks of gas to get there, $150 in gas. Let's say $50 in tolls there and back. So that's $200 coming out of your total.
Okay.
What is the minimum money?
For a 14-hour round trip.
Yeah, 14 hour, yeah.
I would say $1,400.
$100 an hour.
Yeah.
Well,
But don't forget, I got to take everything out of that.
the tolls
Toll.
and the gas.
The taxes.
$1,400 is as low as you'll go. You
I'm thinking like
Oh.
$100 an
You
hour.
priss
I was-
ass.
Boy, that's,
I thought you'd say more than
well, my low.
1,400.
That's my low.
No, I understand. I thought you'd go lower.
Oh, you did?
Now?
You thought he'd say like $1,000 or something?
I thought you'd have done it for $500.
I've done
no.
it for way less.
No, I understand that.
But why? All right.
Well, you're telling me
Yeah.
you would not get in your car and drive for less than $100 an hour.
Well, I think that's a pretty
what
good.
are you, the Pope?
What does he get?
I don't know. Well, nothing right now.
Oh yeah.
Kimmy, what is the lowest amount you will travel 14 hours round trip for?
Minimum $2,000.
$2,000.
Yeah.
Where are you just collecting bands of cash?
Well, that's why. Yeah, I mean that's 2
Man,
days.
I'm low.
That's 2 days of your life for $500.
You can do it 14 hours in one day. Leave at 8 in the morning, get home at 10.
That sucks.
Okay. If there was $500 waiting for you in New Jersey, you'd be able to collect $350 after gas.
Yeah.
That's not worth it?
No.
$350 for a day of work.
No.
I hate driving.
Yeah.
I do. I can't. You don't mind driving because you hate flying.
I hate
Yeah,
flying.
I'd rather pay that to fly.
I am stunned that I just said I will give you $350 for free.
For $350, I'm not driving. I'm not. No.
Are you okay?
Well, what are you doing it for?
I would do it for $500.
Really?
$350
Well, you
for
drive
free?
all the time anyway.
Yeah,
you
you're
get
weird.
it. You have to give $500 when you get there.
Who are you guys?
I hate driving. I've realized like my maximum amount of time I'm willing to be in a car is like 6 hours. After that, I'm flying.
Okay.
So when I first moved here, busted as hell.
Yeah.
$35 in my pocket, right? So I get a call to do a comedy show up in Malone, New York. And I'm telling Weeze, I go, hey, man, can I get Friday out to go do this gig? And he goes, bro, what's it paying you? I said, nice. $150. He goes, you drive it all the way up to. I go, are you kidding? I used to drive to Nebraska from Florida for $150. This is like cake.
Yeah, like fun comedy fact. You were driving multiple states overnight for $100.
For $100, $200 tops, and everything came out of your pocket.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So I'm going, man, it's like, I'm looking, I'm going, this is big money, man.
Okay, so
and they're all laughing at me.
it is big money, though.
But it was.
It still is for your talent.
I don't know. I got some good stuff. I got that Domino's joke. Still kills.
252
Upstate.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this story out of Auburn. Two guys tried to scam a woman out of $300,000. As she figured out it was a scam, contacted the police. They set up a sting. The guys drove from New Jersey to the Wegmans and Auburn parking lot to collect what they thought was this suitcase full of gold.
Yes.
Turns out they were busted. But, I mean, look, $300,000 for a 14-hour round trip, pretty good deal. I'm finding out here my coworkers are the most spoiled bitches of all time. Like, there are plenty of people listening right now who drive the whole day for a living. 8 to 9 hours a day.
Yeah, but
Right.
And
that's
they
what
make-
you do for work.
No, but I'm saying they make much less than the
Oh,
$30
yeah.
an hour you would make getting $500 in a parking lot in Jersey, right?
So
With
what does like an open road trucker make?
252 WCMF 252-926.
Because I remember
Pretty
during
well.
the shortage, they were making pretty good bank.
Okay,
I'm
but
talking like guys that go out of state.
you're talking like a long way to go, short time to get there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
There's gold out there in Texarkana. I thought those guys were making $100,000 a year.
I don't know.
Because remember during COVID, they didn't have enough drivers, and they were like throwing big bank at these dudes.
Sure, but I mean, $100,000 a year, I mean, that's a lot of money.
Right.
But it also may sound like more than it is hours-wise because I don't know how long these guys were on
Yeah,
the road.
sure.
So the quick Google search says the average annual salary for a long-haul truck driver in the U.S. is around $72,000.
Yeah, it was close to $100,000. You were only
Well-
25% off.
But it says to over $100,000 for experienced drivers.
Yeah, but that's like 4 guys. It's like Steve and his 2 buddies.
Also, still pretty good.
Well, yeah, but again, I don't think you understand the sacrifice of that job.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just driving
no,
for comedy,
yeah.
I understand it's not easy.
right? Like, I mean, we weren't actually, like, hauling stuff. We got to
No.
go do fun stuff at the
We
end.
just took the same roads.
Exactly. Get out of the way. I don't know, man. Like someone who drives around all day, like, I don't know, delivering car parts, for example,
Yeah.
right? Like, that guy makes less than $30 an hour.
Oh, yeah, sure.
He is in the car all day long, and I got Princess Kimmy over here, got $30 an hour to drive. No, thank you. I wouldn't even dream of it. No, thank you. You
Well, again, if it's your job.
don't even make close to $30 an hour
I
here.
understand, but I don't. But for $350, it's not worth a full day's work on top of you also working a full-time job.
She's even making that face, but I ain't doing that. I ain't doing
Neither are you.
it. I know. I'm making the same face.
No, but here's the thing. I expected it out of him. The
Yeah.
fact that your number to travel 14 hours was higher has thrown me off this morning.
But yeah, but you see, because you don't mind driving, you hate flying. But if I threw that same scenario to you and long distance flight, you'd hate it.
For $350, I think I'd still do it. I'd hate it, but I'd do
So
it.
would you spend 14 hours nonstop in a plane? You get off that plane in Asia, and I hand you, what were you going to do?
$350.
$300.
Yeah.
Here's, oh, by the way, get back in the plane. You got to
Well,
go
no,
home.
it would
Well,
be
no,
a 7-hour to
it'd be- yeah.
7-hour idiot.
No,
Yeah,
no,
it would be like
no.
coast to
That's not how it
coast.
works.
No,
stupid.
because
It would
it's
be like
easier.
he flew to like LA and back.
No, you got to double it because it's easy. He's just sitting in a plane.
Okay.
You don't have to even drive, so you got to double it.
Wait, no,
you
I'm
got to
not
double
gonna,
the
no,
hours.
I'm not going to do
That
no.
escalated
Because you get weighted on, you get all.
So
the,
that's like 2 days, 2 full days.
Yeah,
then.
no, it's a full day.
I
without
think it's
sleep.
the equivalent.
No, it's not even close.
14 hours in a car is the equivalent to double that in a.
Okay, but no, your scenario now makes it $15 an hour, which is a minimum wage job, which doesn't make it worth
Get
it.
in a plane.
If you, no, Kimmy's right. If you flew me to LA and back,
Yeah.
and somebody handed me $350 off the plane, I would hate it. But yeah, I would do that.
Turbulence too.
Yeah, I'm not happy about
Really
it.
bad turbulence, and it ends up like that plane in Toronto, upside down.
What?
No, then no.
Yeah,
No, everybody lived.
That's a.
Everybody lived.
Yeah,
Well, then you would make the argument. Then let's say it was a car, and you flip your car a few times in the end. You wouldn't sign up for that either.
Not for $2,000. You idiot. You were saying, or you want to fix
No,
it?
yeah.
Okay, yeah. I'm all out of scenarios. Matthew writes us on Instagram.
Matthew.
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us. He says, I drive to Albany and back to Kendall multiple times a week for $30 an hour.
Yeah, it's his gig.
Yeah. Well, not Kimmy's, though. I don't even want that job. Unless you're going to pay me in Fabergé eggs and caviar, I won't be driving your car. Thank you very much. You know, there are also folks who, without their full-time jobs, will travel long distances for big-time payoffs.
Yeah.
For example, guys that deal in, like, selling cars.
Yeah, sure.
You know what I mean? Like, you fix something up, or
Yeah.
you go buy something. We had a buddy that drove all the way to Kentucky.
To buy a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same thing with, like, big-time furniture. And when you're doing that,
Yeah.
you're also hauling, like, a car on the back.
Sure.
Or a big-ass trailer that's, like, full of furniture and stuff, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the payoff's worth it for them when they buy or sell.
I mean, my parents used to, when my parents retired, they delivered ambulances around the country that people had ordered.
Yeah.
And their big thing was, well, it was a free vacation.
Yeah.
And then they would get out there and party, and then the company would fly them back.
That's a great way to look at it. Like if you're driving, let's say you're driving to Jersey for
Yeah.
your $350. You take $50, have dinner in whatever town you're in.
Oh, they partied. And they loved it. And they saw the country. But I couldn't do it.
Oh, my God. But that's why I would
I
want
can't sleep with my mother on a road like that.
You're the only man in America that can't sleep with your mother. Horseville, USA. Horseville. No, it is funny. Like, it must be as you get older,
What?
you have less patience
Oh, yeah.
for traveling for money.
Because, like, your body can't take it anymore. My ass, my back cannot sit.
And his crack.
I'm telling you, man. It's amazing how long you sit.
Yeah.
Your ass literally is on fire.
You also have less patience for traffic and
Yeah.
other things that will hold you up potentially.
Okay.
You got to pee more.
Even the billboards piss you off. It's too much money for fudge.
I drove down to New York City and back
Yeah.
in one shot for $40. When I was doing comedy, I drove into the city. I got stuck in Holland
Getting in
Tunnel. Right?
yeah.
Getting in. Did the show. Couldn't find any place to park. Found a place to do the show.
You probably paid that in parking.
$40. Well, they had a parking spot for
okay.
me, it turns out. $40.
Yeah.
Got in my car.
They're the worst.
Drove
man.
back home.
Yeah.
But I was excited for that.
Sure. But, comedy was new and exciting till you destroyed it.
This man who had a hot gig in Malone, New York.
I killed that night.
All the superstars start their careers in Malone.
Go ask those 7 people.
Well, it's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, it's going to get a little creepy.
Yeah, that's what his career has brought him to. All those great jokes. It's just a collection of creepy-ass stuff, he says. The creep kept coming at you, and there are alcohols that New York is known for.
Yeah.
There were some more being added every single day. For example, we weren't a big whiskey state.
No,
But
we
there
were
are
not.
distilleries that have popped up all
Yeah.
over the place. Very exciting. One place just east of us
Yeah.
is banking on the idea that you would want to try something from the times of George Washington.
So this is like ancient booze?
Well, ancient would be like Mesopotamia. This is like,
That's outside of Syracuse, right?
yeah. You got to get some delicious Utica greens there. Wait till you hear
Yeah.
what this company is producing. Something that the state's first settlers
Showers.
were getting hammered on all the way back. Damn it. We'll get into it next here in the break room. I'll see you back. when you hear alcohol and age,
Yeah.
it normally means that booze is more expensive. Wine from 30 years ago, whiskey from the 1960s.
Oh, yeah.
And if that's the case, this is something everyone is going to want to try.
Really?
But on the other hand, someone in this room is here to argue if this was so great, why the hell did it go away in the first place?
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second. But it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You disgusting son of a bitch.
You are welcome.
Malone, New York's third favorite comedian. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap. It happens now. Let's see CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Months.
And dude just pulled in.
Yeah, a whole bunch of dude just pulled
No, I
in.
left that on your mom last night.
That's why. She's into that now? What is it? Doesn't even make sense.
I just dude her up.
Also, we got a beaver on the loose, bud.
Whoa, buddy.
A
Buy her a drink.
Why did I not?
That would have killed on a country station. How would
Please.
I know what my mother smells like with her legs up?
No, I said sneeze with her legs open, and I'm sure that happened. Achoo. And what's on my face?
You get appalled at the things I say.
Well, no, I mean, you
My
look,
mother's splattering my face.
Bro, if it's a junk car, it ain't got chemicals left in it.
It oozes.
Okay, it's
Like
already oozed.
Your mom.
Okay. The weirdest part, Kimmy,
What's that?
every time Tommy took his pants off, that alarm would go off.
Oh, so your mom was over?
Shut up.
Because then it was.
Why would you say it my name?
I didn't say Pat. I didn't say Pat.
You started with
Sounded like
Pat. You started with Pat, and you realized what you were doing, and you dropped the T. You gross son of a bitch.
You had to
Whatever
bring
you're into.
coochie meat into it. Softers. I have a soft side.
There is no soft side about it.
No.
That's fine.
You're right, man. I had no soft side last night.
When was that?
Oh, it's not by your mom's side. It was a lovely time. We flew a kite right into her vagina. Didn't even touch the sides.
Okay, for God's sakes.
That's what it sounded like.
You don't even do the sound effect right. No, you got to get tongue and lip.
How would you know what your mother's
No, it's your
vagina
mom.
sounded
That's what your mom told me. That sounds
Kite
like when you get hit with a kite, when her
We're not doing my
vagina.
mother's vagina.
Her vagina kite. Hers.
It's so good to be a creep.
That was all my mom.
Tough week for moms.
That was all my mom.
Heavy on the
I
mom.
don't know what to tell you. I don't write it.
There was creep cap. CMF. The state of New York is known for its wine,
Yeah.
and a vineyard east of us is going to try something that hasn't been done in hundreds of years.
This sounds pretty rancid.
Meadowdale Winery, it's about 3 hours east of us,
Yeah.
is bringing back Birch wine.
From a birch tree?
Kind of.
Like the sap from a birch tree?
You nailed it. How did you know that?
well, I know
guess
there used to be birch beer. It tastes like root beer.
Okay.
Oh.
But this is going to be like an alcohol. Is it like a whiskey?
No, I literally just said wine. I
Is it-
literally said wine
I
Birch
didn't.
wine.
four
I know.
times.
You said winery. I didn't realize that.
Winery,
All right.
bringing back Birch wine.
Birch wine.
Birch
Okay.
wine.
All right.
I said the words Birch wine.
He used to do traffic here. Birch wine.
Birch wine.
Yeah.
It's
All right.
feels like you can make wine out of anything.
You, sounds like it. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I heard?
What?
Wine's out of control. So the owners of this winery
Yeah.
say the state's first settlers, all the way back in the 1700s, would make this because they didn't have apples or grapes.
Okay.
And they said this beverage, Birch wine, was a favorite of Martha Washington.
No kidding.
That's right. So it has the same alcohol content as standard wine. The winery has been bottling it the last couple of years, and as it gets more popular, people are clamoring to try it.
I like how they drop a celebrity in there. Martha Washington.
Well, you don't get more
That's a big
American
one.
celebrity. That's a pretty big American celebrity.
I heard she was also into dirty potatoes.
Kimmy, you in on Birch wine?
I definitely am curious to try it, but I just figure that like they made it because they didn't have those other things at the time,
Oh.
and then they started making wine with grapes. They're like, hey, this is better, you know.
Okay.
That's a great point.
I mean, I'm definitely interested in trying it. I don't know if it would be like a go-to for me, but who knows?
Okay, so to your point, it does say in this story that the people that made Birch wine made it only because they didn't
Yeah.
have other stuff to make wine with. So you're really drinking 1700s desperation alcohol.
But
Right,
they
it's
probably have made it better, I would imagine.
So it's like fermented sap.
It would have to be, right?
So I wonder what color it is. You know what I mean?
I think it looked yellowish in the story, right, Kimmy? Because
I
you're the
would
one that
think
said
they
the
make it
story.
look like wine. Let's see.
But like, isn't this the equivalent of like guys today drinking like a Sterno candle?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
whatever gets me there.
Sterno bums.
Yeah, right. Like,
Yeah, it kind of just looks like a white wine, really.
All right.
Yeah.
also the way they describe it in the story, is a little bit weird.
Yeah.
This is a quote from the owner of the winery.
What is it?
Ready? Quote, "It produces a beautifully balanced beverage that is light, citrusy, very refreshing, but also has a silky mouth feel to it."
Silky mouth.
Silky mouth.
Silky mouth, which was my second favorite traffic guy.
No, he got in trouble, remember? That's how he got that nickname behind the studio.
It goes on to say, quote, "The first sip is strange, but the second and the third smooth it out."
Okay, so it's got to be a little weird at first.
The first sip is strange, but the second and the third smooth it out. That sounds like something you'd say to someone you're trying to get to drink poison.
Or your first sexual experience?
Are you in? Would you try it?
No, I don't like wine.
No, I understand, but I mean, it's history.
I would take a sip, but it doesn't sound.
No, you can't take one sip. You need to take
I
a
got a
second and a third sip.
Yeah, to get my silky mouth on.
Get your silk on, baby.
Yeah, it didn't sound good.
All right, 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Last week, we talked about eating history.
Yeah.
That restaurant east of us, that's the oldest tavern supposedly in America.
Yeah.
Remember? What about drinking history? Because this drink would give you the experience of someone from the 1700s.
All right.
And there are other alcohols that do this. The Genesee Country Village and Museum, I believe, offers beer that was brewed close to what they used to drink, like in the 1800s.
But I wonder if it's flatter and less taste.
I don't think I've had it. That's how they sell it. More flat, less
Less
taste.
taste.
That's how they sell it. There are places that also sell mead, which is a drink
Yeah.
from the Middle Ages.
All right.
I've tried that.
Is that alcohol,
I
though?
think
Yeah.
is it honey kind of wine?
Fermented honey.
I thought it
Like
made
Jesus
with honey
stuff?
or something.
No, I thought
Could
that
be wrong.
I thought
Maybe I'm
mead,
thinking of something else.
Like from Jesus' time?
No, I thought mead was more like Knights of the Round Table Viking stuff.
When was Jesus? Before
Zero.
that?
Yeah.
You said when was
Yeah.
Jesus? Our calendar is literally based around when he
No,
died.
but like
Mead-
medieval, evil,
So,
Jesus. I don't know who
mead-
came first and second.
Mead, also known as honey wine,
Okay.
is an alcoholic beverage made by fermenting honey.
And by the way, get your tickets to Guitars and Stars. Honey Wine on the set list this year. Did you just say I don't know if the Knights of the Round Table were pre or post Jesus?
I don't know.
Like the Crusades? What were those about?
I don't know. Like the Romans were pissed off at stuff.
Okay. Even old-timey drinks, like
All right.
mixed drinks from like the Gilded Age, the 1920s, are popular at like trendy bars
Like
again. Kimmy?
try a Zephyr.
Oh,
Yeah.
Gimlet.
Yeah, vodka gimlet.
I mean, we have improved on alcohol and alcohol making, but it seems now, Kimmy, folks are clamoring for older and older stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
I guess.
the
Well,
old
but
martinis
it's because it's new to them, right?
Yeah.
Something
Like
new
those
to
old
try.
school martinis with the olives.
Yeah.
Those things are like lightning.
Did those ever go away? Like an old school martini?
They kind of went away for a while, but then they started coming back. Like my parents drank them.
Sure.
Yeah.
They drank those Manhattans and old fashions.
Okay, if you are looking at someone,
Yeah.
Tony, 252 WCMF, again, we're talking about this story. A vineyard east of us, Meadowdale Winery, is bringing back birch wine. It is wine made with the sap of a birch tree. This was drank and made all the way back in the 1700s by the original settlers of New York State. Quote, "It was a favorite beverage of Martha Washington." But in the story, it says the only reason they made this is because they didn't have grapes and
Yeah.
fruit and stuff like that yet because, kind of just got here.
Yeah.
If you saw someone drinking the birch wine
Yeah.
or mead or beer from the 1800s, are they drinking it because they like it?
No.
Why are they drinking
It's
it?
just being a showy douche.
What are you talking about?
Ass knocker.
Ass knocker?
Yeah, total ass knocker.
What is an ass knocker?
It's a descendant of an ass mop. Two ass mops make an ass knocker. And that's all that is. It's some showy dick that wants to tell you all about it because there's no way this is tasting good. Like you can't tell me that's your go-to drink is birch wine.
Okay, but like this winery has been making it the last couple of years.
But
They
it's a
would-
gimmick. It's not gonna fly off the shelves like people can't get enough of this.
Okay,
thing.
but most alcohol is a gimmick. There's a reason why they spend
Yeah,
billions on
yeah.
advertising every year.
I get it, but
Like, you open up a Coors Light, there's not really going to be a train with smoking hot chicks that blast through the wall of a bar.
but it's I doubt it's gonna be anybody's go-to cocktail.
But how is somebody that drinks mead, for example, like let's say that's their go-to, like how is that person any more of a douche than somebody that like only drinks like one type of whiskey and is kind of like a snob about it?
Well, that guy's an ass knocker too.
Okay.
Yeah, it's funny. He's a snob about a standard whiskey, too. It's like, yeah, I only eat the finest hamburgers at McDonald's. Here's the thing.
What?
Like, we kind of do this with our beer in Rochester, too.
Well, beer is very snobby now.
Genesee is an institution.
Yeah.
It's been around since 1878, and it's delicious. But, Kimmy, I do think part of the draw to Jenny is people who drink it have that old school feel when they drink it. Do you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah. It's your dad's beer, your grandpa's beer.
Yeah, like the gift shop around the corner from us at the tap room there.
Yeah.
They lean into that stuff hard. There's the vintage posters, the T-shirts,
Yeah.
the pub glasses. They sell the old work shirts with, like, the Genesee logo on them.
Yeah.
Not to mention, Tommy, with liquor, there are guys who take a lot of pride in drinking what their dads or grandfathers drank.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
They feel a connection based on the drink in their hands. How is that different than what we're talking about here?
I guess because you got to go so far out of your way to get it, like to get a good glass of mead.
No, there's got to be a bar that sells mead here in town. I feel like
That's
there's
got to be one lonely
I
tap.
think I want to say that some of the cideries that I've been to,
of course, the downtown.
they'll have like a mead on there, and I don't know if it's because they have the ways of making it easier.
The Crypto Cidery Barn.
Did you just say the downtown cideries?
Cidery Barn.
The downtown cideries away from all the apple trees in the country?
Well, they ship it in,
From the apple trees.
Yes.
I know that like some of the wineries too, and like the Finger Lakes have it.
Have mead?
Yeah.
If you go to like the Renaissance Festival, I think they have multiple places
yeah.
you could buy mead.
Yeah.
I've never tried it. You're not a little curious?
Every time I try this stuff, it's always disappointing. It's always either flat or just bitter, you know what I mean, or smoky.
Okay.
Like some people like really smoky tasting like alcohol.
Yeah.
It's too overpowering.
You don't like smoky?
No, I hate smoke.
Oh.
I like it smooth.
Message coming in
Yeah.
on Instagram. Andrew gets at us at Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says Seed and Stone also makes mead. Kimmy, what's a Seed and Stone?
Actually, my husband used to work there.
Oh, it's that place.
Yeah.
Next to the place that sells the burgers and the milkshakes. Crazy.
No, that's a different place. That's Muller's.
Okay, sorry.
Seed and Stone is on like Main Street.
How many
near-
cideries do we have in
We
this
have-
city?
we have-
Bro,
a few.
downtown cideries are all over.
Okay, I'm going to talk to Kimmy now because you're going full old man on me. No, like, in all sincerity,
Yeah.
how many cideries can one community support?
I think that there's a big cider community out there.
Go ahead.
No, I'm trying
no,
to be.
I'm on
no,
the wrong
I'm
track
trying
with
to,
what I'm
trying to-
saying.
No, but like, when you go to a cidery, it's exclusively cider, right? Like, I can't get a beer at a cidery.
Some of them carry other stuff. Like
Okay.
they'll partner with local places to carry beers and
But like, I
stuff.
can't get like a Jenny Light or a Blue Light.
I don't know. Depends.
Because that would, like, this sounds like something my wife would want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like, let's go to a cidery. It'll be fun. I'm like, okay, can I get a Diet Coke? Oh, we only have Diet Coke made out of apples. It's called apple juice. It's diet apple juice, and it's not diet. It's got sugar in it. Like, age and tradition in alcohol is so prominent. Whenever something new comes along, you are the first one to crush it.
Yeah.
Tommy Muley.
Well, I don't like flavored crap.
No, but what I'm...
And most of it's flavored crap.
No, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like when, Tommy, the alcoholic seltzers first became popular a few years ago.
Yeah.
How did you feel about those?
They're a joke.
What did you think about men who drank alcohol seltzers?
Sissy boys. Little soft sissy boys with your band buns.
Are band buns
buns?
like
Man
man
buns.
buns? Are they buns in a band?
Well, they might be.
What are you, drinking birch wine? Tommy, when Fireball, the cinnamon whiskey, that came out, what did you say about the guys who drank that stuff?
That was your Gunther set.
Okay, except it was all Kimmy's dad.
Yeah, it was.
And
My
the
dad
country.
still likes it.
There you go.
Yep.
So you hate the new stuff because that's all soft,
Yeah.
right? But the historical stuff that got us to this, you also think those people are obnoxious.
And Kimmy made a great point. There's a reason why it went away because they didn't have to drink it anymore.
Yeah, but you also...
But all that stuff like circles back around again. I think just because people get curious about it.
Yeah, and there's like, people get all excited about something new and something that was actually good kind of gets thrown to the side. Just because they're not into it then doesn't mean it's not a good thing.
But you know how I am about, especially drinking. Like once you hit a certain age, usually you're pretty locked into what you like. You like gin or vodka, whiskey. You're that guy or
Okay.
you're that woman.
Sure.
And I always find it weird, like when I gotta try this ugly looking foamy thing out of a wooden cup.
I used to think guys your age were like that. But Kimmy, the more I go to these craft beer bars,
Yeah.
they're all guys your age trying brand new beers every time they sit down.
That does shock me.
But it makes sense though, man. Like you've said it yourself. Like you run out of hobbies, you get older, life
Yeah.
slows down. This is a little bit of excitement. Why would you not go be excited?
Here's the only thing. Like I don't want to try something. I'm going to get some nasty hangover. It's going to be too sweet.
Oh, it's going to be too sweet and get a hangover on it.
Yes.
Oh, my name's Tommy, and I used to get drunk and shoot fireworks at my friends in jean shorts at 34, but now I don't want to try a different kind of beer because maybe I'll feel bad tomorrow because I'm a bitch-ass bitch.
So somebody did tweet this at us, and I do remember this being a thing. A lot of people with celiacs, they will drink cider because they can't have beer. I guess it's
the wheat or the grain?
Yeah, it's naturally
it?
gluten-free.
Celiac disease?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah,
I don't know what celiac is.
we know a
I
guy.
thought it was the name of the club. Come on out to celiac for Cato tonight.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that substitute their
CMF
beer
diet.
for cider.
We know a guy with celiac.
We do?
Yes. He's talked about it openly in front of us. Are you
I think
serious?
there's more
I
people
don't.
that have that than you think.
He's got the celiacs.
You don't, celiac. There's no S on it.
Celiacs.
Is it? It's one,
No,
right?
it's celiac.
Okay, thank you. You're serious right now.
If a guy told me they had celiac, I wouldn't even know if that's bad or not.
Well, no, it's an Italian mother-in-law. Celiac's coming over tonight. All right, everybody at home, we rambled for far too long. I'm sorry, we got to take a break. There is a man who wants to change the law in New York State to make high school sports, he says, fair for every kid playing.
Great.
And here's the thing. There is a discussion to be had here, right? Because whatever side you fall on it, I think it is fair to explore what this guy is saying. That being said, the reason why you do things can also be just as important as getting them done.
All right.
And what sounds like a noble cause at first may have something a little more selfish and bitchy attached to it. And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see that. You want to keep youth sports fair. And that's what this bill is proposing, Tommy.
Okay.
This man says it is not fair. These schools are forced to face off against one another. And he is ready to change the way things are done in the state of New York.
The level of field?
Yes, exactly. Here's the thing. There is a debate to be had here.
All right.
And the idea itself is not the craziest idea. But it does seem that where this idea comes from may be a personal axe to grind.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7:45. This probably isn't good. Well, I guess it depends on what kind of Bills fan you are.
What happened?
Well, we are waiting for the NFL schedule. In fact, it comes out in a little while here.
You said the Bills got a tough one.
The Bills have a tough schedule just based on who they're playing. We know that. But it's where the games will fall. And some rumors leaking and logic used all of the sudden presents a maybe not great scenario for Bills fans.
I thought we're like out of this.
So did I until somebody brought this up, and I thought, oh no.
Was this one of these where we're playing way over here now?
Nope, not that one, although that is a rumor as
also
well.
Also a possibility.
We'll get to it
All right.
just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. There is a bill up for debate in Albany.
What are they saying?
Well, the idea behind it is to make high school sports more fair in New York. This bill, Tommy, would establish 2 separate state playoffs for every boys and girls sports. One for public schools
All right.
and one for private schools. The folks that want this argue that private schools have an athletic advantage, that there are kids who will go to some private schools just to have the opportunity to play on the sports
Well, don't
team.
they scholarship kids in too?
So here's the thing. That's an argument being made by some of these. I don't think that happens in Rochester.
I don't know.
Athletic scholarships?
Well, I know there's
Oh.
private schools that have scholarships for
Yeah.
kids, underprivileged kids, right?
Okay, but that's a different thing. It's not an
All right.
athletic scholarship. There is academic help. There's scholarships for grades. Now, if
All
I'm wrong, tell me, 252-WCMF, but I'm
All right.
unaware of an athletic scholarship here. And there's also several levels of private schools. For example, Bishop Kearney has what they call their hockey selects program.
Yeah.
Those teams don't play high school hockey.
All right.
They play in like a
That's
separate
almost
thing.
like,
It
the
don't matter.
kids that go off and play like for it happens a lot with basketball.
Yeah.
Like kids will go to like these middle of nowhere schools in other states to go compete at a very high level of the sport.
But in those states, some of them will play other high school teams. Like that seems like less of a problem in New York thing.
All right, so let me ask you this. So, like, right now, when these kids play,
Yeah.
it's all together or not?
Well, you'll play your regular season against. Don't private schools play their regular season against other private schools, and then for like the sectional tournament, that's when you start to
Then it's
see
integrated?
local schools.
All right, so here's how it works. All of the schedules are pretty much the same. Like private schools in Rochester, Section 5, will play both public and private in both the regular season and the playoffs. There's
and
no
it kind
separation.
of depends on the sport, right?
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the size of the school more than it does private or public.
So this dude wants to split that, saying you private, you just go do your own thing?
You got it. And I think they do this in Buffalo with football, where Buffalo private football teams are not
Yeah.
allowed
Oh.
to play in
Yeah.
the playoffs against
So there
public.
is no unified statewide way of doing it.
I do not believe so. So this has been a hot topic in the high school sports realm for a long time.
Yeah, so what's the issue?
Well,
Who cares?
here's the thing. The change makes sense, right? I get the idea behind it, and I'm not saying this guy is wrong, but I will say this. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The success of private schools and athletics in our area may be, on the whole, overblown.
Oh.
Because, like, football this year...
You think of certain sports when you think of certain schools, but it's not a widespread advantage.
Okay, I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
So, to your point, football is a big one that comes up.
Right.
Football in Section 5 this year had 2 really good private schools that played for the AA championship, the big one, McQuaid versus Aquinas. Aquinas won, and then Aquinas lost to another private school in the state playoffs, Christian Brothers out of Syracuse. Christian Brothers Academy beat the Christian Brothers Academy, another private school out of Albany, in the state football playoffs. So if you look at that, you go, this is unbelievable.
Yeah.
This is unfair. But to Kimmy's point, you look at other sports. Hockey had champs in Section 5 from Victor and Pittsford. Not a single private school won a Section 5 boys basketball championship. In the 8 girls classes, you had 1 private school basketball championship. Boys soccer, no private champs. Girls soccer, no private champs. Baseball, no private champs. Softball, no private champs. I can keep going.
So it's only football, where it
And
seems to
certain
be an
sports
issue.
pop at different times. I
Exactly,
think.
and it's not always football either.
No.
Like, it just seems that Aquinas and McQuaid have had some pretty good teams the last couple of years.
All right.
So, I mean, I'm up for the debate. And if they made this change, I would understand it. But it also creates other potential problems.
I mean, it seems to me as an outsider, just let them all play. Who cares?
Well, I mean, bro.
But I guess we're also looking at it from a Rochester perspective, whereas, like you talked about earlier, I don't know what it's like in like places like Syracuse and Buffalo. If there is much, there's a bigger divide between the two.
I mean, to me, let all the kids play. Because, like, you could make that same argument for a rich community that has better resources than a poor community. What's the difference?
And I've seen, and this used to happen when I was a teenager, and I don't know if it's more or less prominent now, but I remember kids, if they were really good in a sport, their parents would find a way to move them to a different school district so that they could play for that school district's team.
Yeah, they would go get an apartment in that town. I knew a kid who did that too. No, but you bring up the affluent thing.
Yeah.
Again, 252 WCMF, there is a bill being proposed in the New York State legislature to establish 2 separate state playoffs for athletics, one for private schools, one for public schools. They would not cross over. The most interesting thing is what you talked up.
Right.
If you're looking for a pattern, it's not the private schools in Section 5 that are the most successful. It's the most affluent public schools.
Yeah, because they have all the funds to train and do all this. They have the facilities to do it.
I know, like, Victor's been dominating in a lot of sports lately.
Fairport, Victor, and both the Pittsburgh schools all have multiple championships the last couple of years. And it makes sense to the point you made, right? You can argue the schools have better facilities. You could argue the parents have more time and money to spend for training and better club teams in the offseason. They have more financial support from their sports boosters.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, I'm not suggesting you take those teams out of the playoffs either. It's kids playing a game, like you said earlier. But it does feel like there's lessons all over the place here that may benefit the kids down the road, not in the moment. I mean, look, life is fact of the matter. Sometimes you ain't got what someone else has got, and you got to figure out a way around it. And I'm not trying to because I get why looking at your kid in this situation and feeling like there's no chance hurts and how that's hard to explain to your kid. But if you switched it, there would be other problems.
Well, sure.
For example, McQuaid and Aquinas, good football programs.
Yeah.
Bishop Kearney has put a couple of kids. There's one Kearney kid right now who just signed an undrafted free agent contract with the Giants, I think.
All right.
So, like, those 3 schools playing against each other privately, that would work out fine. But then you have schools like Finney, which is small. North Star Christian Academy,
very
which is
tiny
small.
Private schools.
All of these tiny private schools, if you have to put them up against Aquinas, McQuaid, and Kearney.
Could they even put a team together?
I mean, they would. They don't have football teams. I don't think.
They probably, I think some of them have.
Or they would have to do
basketball.
like that combo plate from different schools to form a team.
You got it.
Yeah.
So, like, those kids would now be at a massive disadvantage, potentially dangerous disadvantage.
So why are they going? Why are they doing this?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up.
Are
This
they
seems like a
actually going to do
pointless
this?
thing to do.
It has been a hot debate for years and years. I mean, Kimmy, this was happening when we were in school. This argument that private schools and recruiting and they're better than things. The man who is proposing this.
The politician.
Yes, his name is Bill Conway. He is an elected official downstate. He's proposing this in his words because his daughter, who plays public school, played her high school basketball final game last year against a private school in Section 1.
Yeah.
And they got beat really bad.
Okay.
And then came this proposal.
Oh, really?
So you could look at this
Yeah.
as we want to keep sports fair for all of the kids playing, and that's a noble cause. And again, the discussion is valid. You could also look at this as my daughter lost, and I don't like it now,
That's what it sounds like.
so I'm going to try and change the laws of the state.
Yeah.
It also feels like a little bit of government overreach because, like, there is
A little?
there is a government body that oversees.
Has a governing body of
Yeah, the New York State
sports.
Public High School Athletic Association. Like, they have the ability to change stuff.
Yeah.
Why you'd make a state law about it, I
Look
don't
at this.
understand.
And also, it's high school sports. It doesn't
Thank you.
really matter.
Right.
And if your kid's a really good athlete, let's say they have potential to go on and continue that sport at the next level, doesn't really matter where they play. They're going to be discovered one way or another.
I mean, in these days, yes. Look, if this was a grassroots thing from kids that are playing, I would understand it totally.
Yeah.
It does feel icky that
Well,
it's
of course
coming
it does,
from
man.
parents.
Especially when
You
you.
shouldn't care that much as an
Yeah.
adult. You really shouldn't. Nobody cares. Nobody remembers 10 years from now what team won what.
Well, the kids on that team do, and the kids that
Sure.
lost do, and I think
But
that's
who
the
care-
argument.
But if you're still holding that tightly to that at 30, you're sad.
Okay.
Man, that was like what I was thinking in my head.
I do think we have
Like,
to
I feel like people who take high school sports that seriously and they have no skin in the game, it's a weird look.
I don't disagree with you, but I do think we need to have a little bit of grace here, and here's why.
What's that?
When you are 14, 15, 16, 17, high school sports could be the most important thing in the world.
It is, and it is. But then you look back on it as an adult, and you're like, why did I care so much?
I get it. But you also, Kimmy, haven't been in that moment of your kid busts their ass as hard as they can, right, all year long.
Yeah.
Right? And they're in this they have this opportunity, and they feel like it's hopeless because it's not fair in their eyes.
I
But
understand that,
why-
but you, like you even said, it can be a lesson for that kid later on, right? Like, you learn more from that situation than you would if everything was just fair across the board.
It's easy for us to say that in our 30s.
But
Right.
this ends the argument. If everybody gets to play, if all these teams just play, then it's affluent school, poor country school, rough city school. Everybody's out. It's just plain. We're just all going to play.
Yeah.
And it's all wide open. I think that's the way you do it. Then there's no bitching and moaning, because if you go the other way, like, you got to say, well, you got to play over here because you got better resources, or you got all the bank because you're private. You'll never end this.
No,
man.
I agree with you.
You'll just keep going down there. Then you'll be splintering off in a million directions.
I agree with you. I think the best way is to keep it the way that it is.
And that's your best life lesson, man. This is a level playing field we all want.
100%.
Now play ball, rich kids. By the way, the rich kids are all going to win.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, there is a bill being proposed in the New York State Legislature to establish two separate athletic state playoffs for high school teams, one for public schools, one for private schools. And the argument is that the private schools have an advantage being able to bring kids in from every other town, that they have more facilities and da-da-da-da-da. But what's interesting, when you get past high school football, the private schools in Section 5 did not do well.
Yeah.
In every other school. And let me take that back. When I say do well,
it's just
won
a mix all
championships,
over,
right? Like, I mean, yeah.
And I look at all these rich schools, just like public schools, as private schools. To me, Pittsford, that's a private school. Victor looks like a private academy. With the amount of bank, I know
looks
it's
like a small college.
right. But I mean, so that ain't a private. That's not a public school, bro.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jay. Hey, Jay, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, folks. How the heck are you on this fine Friday?
Great, man. What do you got?
This whole thing just seems like the new version of everybody gets a participation trophy, but it's coming from the perspective of people who think that spending, McQuaid, $18,000 a year tuition, aren't getting enough props for their kids. It's like, stop meddling with this stuff. If these kids can't make it at the level that the state has already set up, the state getting involved is, again, overreach and just a complete waste of everybody's time, unless, it's the let's give everybody, all the snowflakes, the opportunity to have their own little championship that a year from now will mean absolutely nothing when they go off to wherever they're next headed.
Okay, so that being said, I get your point here. And everyone knows I went to Aquinas, right? So, like,
Yeah.
I went to the school.
No, but I guess the point I'm making before. I'm sorry, Jay. I don't mean to cut you off. The point I'm making, though, is couldn't you make the argument the other way, devil's advocate, that going to these private schools, if you have an advantage in athletics, is kind of a snowflake way of guaranteeing like you're going to have something that you wouldn't have from where you came from?
Oh, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. But why is the state getting involved in this with regard to a public versus private, separation kind of thing? I'm from Jersey, and we had the same situation down there with all the parochial schools, one of which I went to, which actually turned out to be part of the founding of McQuaid here in Rochester. And it's like, no, you're in there with the big boys and the big girls. That's it. You don't get to have your own little category.
Yeah, but you got God and everything over there, and all your blessings and your sacraments.
Tommy, God considered us a hellscape. So that really wasn't something we had to really concern ourselves about, nor did we have the advantage.
Hey, Jay, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
All right, you guys. Have a good one.
All right, take care. Someone brings up a good point here.
What's that?
Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Jacob writes us, and it's kind of like convoluted. But, like, okay, Isaiah Stewart, last night the New York Knicks eliminated the Pistons. Poor Isaiah Stewart, McQuaid kid.
Yeah.
He got hurt in the first game, didn't get to play in the rest of the series, so we didn't get to see Beef Stew do his thing. So he went to McQuaid, really good basketball player, but I think he left his sophomore year to go play at a prep school downstate.
One of the prep schools.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, if your argument is, like, these schools are too good to play, like, those kids are leaving.
Even those kids go on
for bigger opportunities.
And I think that's kind of the direction it's going in, whereas if you really are serious about your kid and they're they are exceptionally better than the people they're playing against, it's not going to matter for them anyways.
I mean, like I know a couple of kids just through buddies of mine.
Like happens all the time in hockey, right? Like those kids don't even play high school sports most of the time. They just play for their travel teams, or they'll go off to some private school in Minnesota.
Yeah, like you'll have a kid who will play freshman or sophomore year in high school, and then they're out of town.
Yeah.
Right? But you had them in those public schools for a couple of years. I don't know. I don't want these kids to feel like they don't have a chance walking on the field, but what's the better way to do it? I don't think there's a
seems
better
like
way.
it'd be really complicated in those smaller communities.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking of like all those schools in like the Finger Lakes area. Like how do you split that up?
I don't know. All right, so we just keep it the way it is then?
Yeah,
Is this guy you proposed a douchebag?
of course he is. Especially when you tell me that his kid
I know.
got beat badly, and now all of a sudden, well, hold on, now we need this legislation.
All right, let's take a break. Let's go from high school sports
Yeah.
to professional
Oh,
sports.
what happened?
Well, the good thing about no, I take that back too. I was going to say the good thing about kids sports is holidays you get off, but that's not true. I've been to Thanksgiving hockey tournaments. Nobody wants to watch their professional team play on the biggest holiday of the year.
Oh.
Although we have no problem having other teams on in the background so we don't have to talk to our in-laws. Kimmy, we thought we were going to skate on this. We thought we were good.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe not.
Oh.
And there's something that's been sitting in front of our face the whole time that may confirm the Bills are going to have a home game
We got a little too excited.
on the worst possible day. We'll get into it next on CMF. Damn it!
What's the matter?
Look, man, we thought we used logic here in the break room to work out in our heads how this was not going to happen.
Yeah.
This was not going to be a problem for us and the Buffalo Bills. And somehow, in our stupid backwards logic, we missed the most obvious reason this may happen.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock this morning. Being a mother is hard. Being a father is hard.
Yeah,
It's stressful, causes anxiety and all this stuff. But it turns out
What happened?
a mother or a father may not be the most depressed member of the immediate family.
The immediate family.
And we have a study that'll tell us why.
But is that mommy or daddy?
Now, don't do.
What?
You saying mommy really bothered me.
Mommy.
More
The
than
mommy.
daddy?
Yeah. No, because he looks like a man that calls other men daddy, but like mommy bothered me.
I think I gotta call guys daddy.
Yeah, like, you know, like you walk into like wherever you bought that shirt, be like, hey, daddy, what's the new fabric this month? We'll get to that. Not daddies, but the depressed thing. Just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
the NFL schedule is going to be released on May 14th at 8 p.m., 12 days from now.
All right.
And since they announced the official day that the schedule will be released,
Yeah.
there have been some rumors and, quote, schedule leaks.
Oh.
Now, take all of these things with a grain of salt.
Okay.
But one of the leaks and rumors would not be great for Bills fans.
Yeah, buddy.
The rumor is your Buffalo Bills will be playing on Christmas at home.
Damn.
And there are two reasons why this makes sense.
See, I thought, why did we rule that out before? I can't remember.
I don't remember, but we
You
felt
just
pretty
didn't
good.
want it to
Like, I thought
happen.
we were pretty confident they weren't playing, and I can't
No,
remember
you guys
the
were
reasons.
willing it not to happen.
Here's why. It was one, the Chiefs want to play on Christmas.
Yeah.
So the Bills-Chiefs game would not be on Christmas because it was too big a ratings game, so they wouldn't do that. You needed two NFC teams to play against each other,
Yeah.
so that would eliminate the Bills, and they
Okay.
wouldn't put the Bills in prime time because that was usually a West Coast game. That was our logic.
Okay.
Okay, but the reason why the rumor makes sense, Tommy's right. We just didn't want it to happen.
Yeah.
I know.
One, the rumor is the NFL would make the Christmas home Bills game the last regular season game ever at Highmark.
Oh.
It would be national TV, big time emotional thing. Even though odds are pretty good, they'd have a playoff game anyway, so it doesn't really matter. But the bigger reason why this makes sense, we talked yesterday about the Bills Hallmark Christmas movie.
Yes.
You know who else got a Hallmark Christmas movie last year? The Chiefs.
Yep.
Who
Yeah.
played on Christmas.
We're dumb.
The theory is that the NFL is creating what they call synergy
Yeah.
to roll the Christmas movie into the team playing on
And
Christmas.
if it snows, just like the cherry on top.
It'll
you
be
know?
a miracle.
Damn it!
And that little kid's going to get cured.
Ah! No! No, no, no!
I
It's
don't know
gonna
why we
happen.
didn't see this coming.
Yeah.
It's gonna
It's
happen.
definitely gonna
I
happen.
love it.
Shut up!
Yeah, like, you
So-
sit back. I mean, I
Would it
hate.
be?
I don't hate Christmas. I love Christmas.
You look like the
No, the
Grinch.
message
You
is-
look like Pale Grinch.
the message is good, but I.
The message is good, he said.
But like I'm always so done with Christmas as soon as it starts. Like,
Yeah, but you already got to deal with football family on Thanksgiving.
no, but I pour a cocktail, I can sit and I can zone out. I've heard everybody's story 10 times, so I can get a drink, eat, and then watch the game. I love it. It's
Shut
like
up.
So we get-
Thanksgiving.
You think we're getting primetime
Oh,
Christmas?
prime time.
The only way that this works for Bills fans in
Yeah, as
Western
if
New
it's
York
primetime Christmas.
is if we get primetime Christmas, right? You give me the morning to spend
Yep.
with my family, and then I can take off for the game and go watch it.
So are they doing 2 or 3 games on Christmas?
3 games.
So you think you would get the 4
No,
o'clock?
I'm not thinking. I'm hoping. It wouldn't make sense. I mean, unless
So you don't think you think the West Coast would get the late game?
it's normally how they do it. But then again, the Bills played prime time against the Saints, but that game was in New Orleans on Thanksgiving. I'm gonna puke.
So I'm thinking like a 4:30 game on Christmas. Perfect.
No.
You've already done the goddamn gifts.
No, if we're going to talk about time zones in all seriousness, if the Chiefs are playing on Christmas, they were the 1 o'clock game last year. But
So you think it might be an early game?
I would think it would be 1 for the Bills, 4 for the Chiefs, and then a West Coast 4:30 or a primetime game.
Unless they put the Chiefs out on the West Coast.
You could have them because they wouldn't want. You would give them the home game, like they want to play on Christmas.
Yeah.
They're trying to make it like the.
But they want to be,
Lions.
okay, these are home games like they do on Thanksgiving.
All right, but if we're gonna hope for prime time, Kimmy's right. If we're looking for like that picturesque Christmas
Yeah.
picture, the lights coming down, the snow, that would help.
4 o'clock, 4:30?
Or 8.
Ooh,
7
8
or 8.
o'clock.
7 o'clock would be perfect. Give me a
Yeah.
7.
Hey, you're off the next day anyway.
This sucks so hard and so long.
So if, let's say, the Bills are in prime time at home on Christmas, is this going to be like a family thing for people, or does Dad and Mom get to go off and have a fun Christmas time without the family?
You're going to leave your kids on Christmas to
I
go watch a
don't know.
football
That's
game?
what I'm wondering. Are you going to see more kids in the stands?
Well, look, I took my kids and my wife to Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you made an event out of it.
Bills
You had a
Lions.
great time.
Yeah, I only got 2 tickets for the Bills game. What? I can't leave my kids and wife on Christmas?
No, you can't.
Shut up. You're supposed to say, yeah, you can. Here's why.
No,
ahead.
you definitely shouldn't go, and I think I know somebody that would like your tickets.
Even if I'm getting rid of them, you're not getting them because
Why
you're a
not?
monster. You're a monster. 252 WCMF. There is a rumor with the NFL schedule coming out on May 14th that the Bills will be playing on Christmas, and the 2 big reasons they give is, 1, this could be the last game, regular season game at Highmark Stadium, national TV, big emotional. And 2, the one that was right in front of us the whole time and we didn't see it, the Chiefs got a Hallmark movie last year. They played on Christmas. The Bills are getting a Hallmark movie this year, and it makes sense,
The big debut.
yes, that the Bills and the NFL would use the movie
there's
as
gonna be a
promotion
crossover.
to make the Bills the Christmas Day game.
So do you think they're going to start like using the Bills and the Chiefs like every Christmas? Like that'll be how they do Thanksgiving with the Packers and Dallas?
The Chiefs, you mean the Lions?
The Lions, I'm sorry.
The Chiefs want it.
Yeah.
There's no word on whether or not like ownership from the Bills
All right.
have gone and
Yeah.
asked for it. I don't want that. I don't know why you would want that if you're the Bills.
Especially towards the end of the season when you don't know what that game's going to mean at that point.
Yeah. And, like, here's the other thing. It F's up the rest of the schedule. So last year, is Christmas on a Wednesday this year? Could you check it out?
Let's see.
So last year, because Christmas was earlier in the week, the Chiefs, Ravens, and the other teams that played had to play their game on Saturday.
Christmas is on a Thursday.
Thursday night football.
So they're not going to change unless – well, you could play a Saturday game because college football is going to be towards the end. So you could go Sunday, Saturday, Thursday, so it's double short week.
Jeez. Wow.
Shut up. And, yeah, you're right. That's prime getting ready for the playoffs time. You're throwing everything off. Damn it.
I don't know why we didn't think this was. We're like, hey, they're getting a Hallmark movie. Isn't this fun, everybody?
How are we so
Didn't see
dumb?
Wasn't it also rumored that they're working on some Netflix thing for the Bills too that was floated out there?
You told me that. I heard it.
Somebody put it out there on Instagram. I don't know if it was a fake or not, but they were working on doing a Buffalo Bills, like the history of the Bills, and they're like
Possibly.
influence on the league.
No.
They look cool, but I don't know if it was BS or not.
Well, I mean, if you found it online, it's
You
probably
know
true.
it, right.
I mean, because, from what I hear, your personal Facebook friends with Terry Pagula.
My boy, yeah. Good kid.
Adam writes us on Instagram, Duffy on WCMF, the easiest way to get us on Instagram. He says, growing up in Orlando, my family and me would always go to see the Magic play the Celtics on Christmas Day. Always a good time.
You lived in Orlando, man.
I think it's different with the NBA.
Yeah, and I think it's different when you live in South Florida for Christmas. You don't get that Christmassy Orlando vibe.
No, but like even if, let's say we had an NBA team,
Yeah.
the Royals still exist. You go to an NBA game, it's a 4-hour commitment. You show up at the arena an hour ahead of time, you watch the game, you go home, that's
Yeah,
it.
you're in and out. Yeah.
With a Bills game, I mean, you're tailgating.
Yeah.
It's outside. It takes forever to get there and get home.
Sure. Yeah, it's way different.
It's a day-long event.
Yeah.
It's a day-long. God damn it. Jeff writes, can I have your tickets for the game? No, you dick.
Because you got to go, right? I mean, this is the last season in the old stadium. All that history. Remember, man, my daddy brought a portable heater in here and burnt my mom.
No, burnt my leg. Almost melted me. He melted my sweatpants
Yes.
or my snow pants.
I think your thighs weren't doing that.
I don't know. My wife will say go.
Yeah.
She may want to go with you.
No, my
Well,
wife's not
No.
on Christmas.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, you don't think?
No. But here's the thing, man. Like that I tell stories about my old man all the time.
Yeah.
Right? This seems like one of those things that my daughters will bring up.
When Dad left us on Christmas.
Just like his daddy. Just
Do you-
like your daddy.
Do you ever have anything planned for Christmas night, like the night of Christmas? Or
Usually you guys do.
because I know you
Christmas
do a
Eve,
big
right?
Christmas Eve.
Here's what sucks even harder.
What's that?
All right, so yes, when we bought our house, we made Christmas Eve the big Christmas
Yeah.
night
Yeah.
for our family,
Right.
so everyone comes over. Well, Ryan, my brother, You know, he wants to be a hot shot too.
He does his own Christmas.
Wants
after
to
your
be a
Christmas.
hot shot.
Ryan wants to be a hot
Wait,
shot. Ryan
wait,
was
wait,
big old big for his britches hot shot.
He
My
does
brother
a
Ryan.
follow-up.
The day after. So last year he started it. Last year.
Why?
They bought a house.
Yeah.
Very beautiful house.
Yeah.
Right. And he invited everybody over
For Christmas
for
Day?
Christmas Day.
Okay.
So last year there was we did massive Christmas
Double
Eve.
Duffy.
And then the next day we went out to Ryan's house and it was fun. Like, don't get me wrong, but like, bro, you just ruined my life. Because like, Kimmy, you're right.
Yeah.
Christmas was a really like, we'll do presents,
Yeah.
go to
usually
church.
By the end of the
Then
day,
you're done.
it's kind of done. Yeah.
Would have been able to pull it off, but now because Hollywood wants to go ahead and be king of the castle over here. This sucks, man. Please be wrong. Please be wrong.
Well, you know what's going to happen eventually.
What?
You're going to get these scenarios because they're so good, and they're great television. So it's going to happen.
Especially in the deep winter season.
Yeah.
You know who this really sucks for?
Oh,
The NBA.
why?
Well, the NBA traditionally owned Christmas, and
Yeah.
that was like the unofficial kickoff to the NBA season. Like, it mattered starting at Christmas. I would sit all day and watch NBA games ever since I was a kid because there was no football.
Right.
And like they're going to get swallowed up.
Oh yeah, I guess so.
What shot do you have to compete with the Chiefs, the Bills, and
Yeah.
whatever West Coast team's going to play? All right, well, Christmas sucks now.
It's not official yet.
Merry Christmas,
By the way,
everybody.
guys have got to love it to get out of the house.
Oh, I think it's going to be that game's going to be packed. Those
Yeah.
tickets are going to be expensive.
Of course they are.
Yeah.
And every man, if you don't take your family that is in that stadium, is going to pay for it.
Oh, sure, but they don't care.
Shut up. No, I do. I care.
Why you care about?
Every guy cares
No,
whether or not you care about your
some
family.
guys don't really care about their
Okay.
family.
Okay. Okay.
The Bills are their side action.
That's a perfect way to put it. We're talking about family,
Yeah.
right? And the stress of being a mother, a father, can bring you a lot of anxiety.
Yeah.
There could be moments where you feel like you're not doing it right, which can lead to depression.
Okay, it's terrible.
It's hard.
Yeah.
But it turns out that those members of the family are not the ones getting it the worst.
Well, who? Wait a minute. They have to be the most pressured and depressed. Who is it?
According to a massive study
Oh,
they've
yeah?
done over the last couple of years, it's someone else in the immediate family.
Well, you only got two other choices.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Inside every family, there is stress.
Sure.
Did you say yep to inside every family?
Yeah.
Inside every family. Yes.
Yes.
And we all think maybe we have it the worst.
Yeah.
Like dads will argue their situation comes with the most stress. And moms will laugh at that idea and point to all the things they're juggling.
But that's it.
Well, no.
There ain't nobody else, man.
In front of us, there was a study that shows the hardest person to be in an immediate family is not mom, it's not dad, and it's not good.
But they got the stress.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. Excuse me. I just ate a banana and drank a soda at the same time.
Yeah.
And that was a terrible decision. Terrible decision. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll jump right into it.
Right.
A recent study suggests that the most depressed member of the average American family is the oldest son.
Really?
Yes. So the study used information from the past, along with a study that followed 182,000 kids that started seeing these doctors at 8 years old.
Yeah.
And here's what they determined. So right off the bat, firstborn siblings, period, were much more likely to have to deal with things like anxiety and depression.
Oh.
Only children had elevated anxiety and depression rates, but not as bad as firstborn children.
Because I always thought like the middle kid was the effed up kid.
Yeah, no, they're going to get into this in the study. But when you look at birth orders and gender, by far, according to this study, the eldest born son had it the hardest mentally.
So, okay, eldest born son. So does that mean he's still the oldest, or
The oldest
could
son.
he have an older sister, but he's still the oldest son?
That's a great question because it's not entirely clear
Okay, yeah,
with these
all
numbers
right,
here.
all right.
But let's just go with firstborn
Oldest.
Let's
and
go
it
with
is a
you.
boy.
You're the oldest and you're the son.
You got it. Yeah. So doctors who did this study say it's hard to pin down why, but they do have some theories. The one argument is being the oldest period means you are a test subject for your parents' parenting skills.
True.
And they've never done it before, and they don't know what they're doing, and that can lead to a couple of whoopsie daisies.
Mm-hmm.
The other theory, older boys tend to be more protective of their younger siblings, which leads to added stress in their life. Not quite as a parent, but older siblings were more likely in the study
Take
to worry
on
about.
almost the role of caretaker in a way,
Yeah.
depending on how many siblings are involved.
Caretaker may be overstating it, but they
Yeah.
found in this study older siblings were more likely to worry about their younger brothers and sisters via vice versa. One more theory is the oldest boy is given more responsibility, and they see their parents' flaws faster than their younger siblings, which leads to the anxiety.
Yeah, because you're going to know him the longest.
Yeah.
And you're going to see him from ground zero almost.
That one checks out.
Yeah.
I mean, you're really paving the way for your siblings in a lot of ways, because you're the first to do all that stuff. So they get to kind of experience it through you before they actually get to it.
Does this make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of does. I mean, I was the baby and I got everything and didn't have to deal with anything. And my brother, you know, he remembers being in an apartment with my mother and father in Queens, you know.
And like they had to take care of your parents while they were getting older. Well, you
Yes.
came up here to run your effing mouth.
Hey.
And say, hey, I'll send you $50 this year for the home. Hope it all works out.
Yeah, I had a cake.
I mean, Kimmy, you're the oldest.
Yeah.
But you are a woman.
True.
Do you think that you or your brother had it harder growing up when it came to like the mental stuff you had to deal with?
I think that as the oldest, you're a little bit more aware of things. You both go through hard things, but I just think like you, and I don't know if this is more stress or anxiety, but I think you become an independent person faster.
Okay. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. With this study that is suggesting the oldest son is the most depressed member of an immediate family, does this check out for you? Because you can kind of see it in grown-ass people.
Like you can pick it out.
Well, I would argue if you talk to someone for 10 minutes, you can get a pretty good read on where they fell in the family age order.
I never think of it.
No, you don't think so?
No. I mean, I never think about that when I'm talking
I
to someone.
immediately know when they're the baby of the family.
Well, okay, so what do you see that makes
Here
them
we
the
go,
baby
here
of the
we
family?
I do think they're very outgoing people, very social.
Oh, yeah. Check. Walking around Wegmans with their mouth open.
They just seem to have less worries than a lot of people, just based on the babies of the family that I
C'est
know.
la vie. Is that the right word?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, no, like I think where you're born, the pecking order, legitimately shapes your personality for the rest of your life. Because, like, let me put it this way. Tommy, you never wanted to date the youngest daughter of a family.
No. God, no.
Gibby, did women feel the same way about dating the youngest son of a family?
I never thought about it.
You had all the bank, baby.
I never thought of it as being a
had a boat
negative.
at 10. What are you talking about? Was that the yacht club? I will say this. I always think of the oldest as being bitter about things.
Oh, wow. Shocking take from baby Tommy.
Yeah,
No, but
that?
but just in
Because
general.
you got all the stuff as a kid that they didn't get?
Yeah, just a very bitter take on life.
Hey, I never got a boat.
Right, see?
But it's not even about what you get.
But I think that's part of it.
I think some of it is of how life was compared,
What you got away with versus what they got away with.
Yeah.
There were less eyes on you.
I mean, if things go well for your mom and dad financially, they get more comfortable as the years go on, right? But in the beginning, it's tough.
I think it has less to do with
And you get bitter seeing what the young one gets.
The bitter thing I don't necessarily disagree with, but I don't know if it's financial. Because, like, it was frustrating watching how my siblings were treated by my parents versus how I was treated by my parents. And, like, here's the thing. I had it easy, right? Like, compared to other people. I never had a curfew. They didn't know where I was. I was pretty much able to do what I wanted.
You also had a big enough age gap where you were old enough to recognize that, seeing it in, like, your younger siblings probably, right?
Yeah, well, okay. Mine kind of gets thrown off, though, because my sister got pregnant at 15. So, like, that eliminates, like, the normal childhood aspect of it, right? I don't know. I mean, I'm curious if other people see it. Is there a bitterness in the oldest? Is that where this comes from?
When I mean bitterness, it's just like because you just people are getting things you didn't. You know what I mean?
Or they were little. I see
and
it more as
attention.
They were a little bit more relaxed. Like the pressure wasn't there for that younger sibling than that you feel like it was there for you.
Like the strictness eases because your parents change.
Okay.
Like your parents might come out really strict, but like if you had 4 kids like your parents did, like by the end, the strictness probably went away.
What do you mean 15-year-old sister got pregnant?
You were just like a bonus child, like whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
I love how you said bonus like they wanted that, like they were excited.
I mean, like they could take it or leave it, kind of
like
thing.
I took really cool vacations with my parents. My brothers did not, and my sister, like they went, busted ass car trips, right? I went to Vegas with my parents. I went to New Orleans with my parents.
Despite being a pain in the ass kid. It's not like you earned that trip.
I flew in a plane before all of my siblings, and I was the youngest.
That's great.
So why is that bitterness there?
So imagine little punk-ass me describing what being in a jet's like to these peasants that I had to live with.
I want to touch on something Kimmy said a second ago.
What's up?
Because, Kimmy, you said there's more pressure as the oldest.
I always felt like that. And maybe it's just the way I felt growing up, and it wasn't necessarily that way, but I felt that way as a teenager. Like, I felt like they put more pressure on me to, like, get a job.
Okay.
There was just be better in school. Like, it just felt like the pressure was there for me more than it was for my brother.
See, because I'd be curious, and you're not anywhere near this conversation
What are
right
you
now,
talking
even
about?
though you are the youngest. Like, this does not apply to you in any way. I would think that younger siblings would feel more pressure to succeed if you
Based
had.
on the
Well, yeah,
older
like
sibling?
if you had, 1 or 2 or 3 older siblings that did really, really well.
But chances are, like, how many people do you know that were younger siblings that got a job because of those older siblings? You know what I mean? Like,
Oh, you're talking about like in high school and stuff.
yeah.
I'm
you're
talking even
about,
as
like,
things
throughout
like
life.
move forward,
Oh.
right? Like, like if I have a brother that's doing very well financially
Yeah.
or, is a boss somewhere,
Yeah.
that's a lot to deal with.
Yeah. Like if the oldest is a success.
Yeah.
And that happened in our family because my brother got his master's degree.
Yeah.
And that was it.
Yeah, but does that bother
Everybody
you?
else sank to the bottom of the educational pool.
Did you say, does it bother you? He's been crushing what he had.
Yeah.
Like, I had this and I had that. You don't think that's because he's jealous that his brother was a success and he's wearing pajamas?
What? These are nice pants. What's wrong with my
It
pants?
looks like you got him in Vegas in 1970 during that vacation.
I did, baby.
It's a Don Rickles special.
But do you think that competitiveness is there between oldest sibling and youngest sibling? I mean, especially the further apart they are in age.
Well, when it came to how close we had a baby, yes. But no, I was too far apart from my sibling. My brother and I were very competitive.
Yeah, like
Okay.
I always thought it was like because my brother and I are 13 years apart.
Right. Like there's such a big age gap.
I
there.
thought of him as an adult,
Yeah.
not a brother, like more like my dad's group, other than my sister and I were 8 years apart.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and she was around more, right? So, like, yeah, my brother was like off to college.
Like you never felt a competitive thing with him, even as an
I was
adult,
4 when he
right?
went to college.
Right, but I mean, as an adult, still, you
No,
don't feel
we have,
like
my brother
you're,
and
like,
I have
jealous necessarily.
No, we have a really good relationship.
Yeah, because my dad kind of has the same thing with his oldest brother, who's like a really successful guy. But I don't see like a jealousy there. Maybe because they had such a big age gap.
Okay. 252 WCMF again. A new study, 182,000 kids, suggests that the firstborn son is the most depressed member of your family.
Enjoy that today.
The theories being 1, the oldest means you're the test subject for parenting skills. 2, older boys are more protective of younger siblings, which leads to added stress. 3, the oldest boy is given more responsibility and sees their parents, flaws. There's that banana soda again. Sees their parents' flaws faster than their younger siblings do. The weird thing about this,
What's that?
how it happens so similar in every family, because like everyone kind of falls into their roles based on where they were born.
Yeah.
And it then shapes you forever. Like when my siblings and I get together, it's me, my younger brother Ryan, my sister Megan, and then my youngest sister Katie. When we all get together, you can tell who was born when just based on the conversation.
Yeah. I mean, you all take on your roles.
Exactly. But it's weird because we're all in our 30s now. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. But that'll never change.
It's just weird how it doesn't.
Right.
Because we've all gone off on our own little, tracks of life.
Yeah.
Right? Everyone's doing a really good job with everything they're doing.
Yeah,
yet,
you're going to get there.
Yet, when we're in that room, like, there's not even pushback. Like, my youngest sister, we crush my youngest sister.
Yeah.
Right? And she's not even like, stop. She's just like, yeah, whatever.
She's giving up.
That's fine.
You're just beating her down.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Teresa. Hello, Teresa.
Good morning.
What do you got for us?
I got some family dynamics. You just mentioned about your little sister, the spoiled one, the little one.
Well, in one way or another, yeah.
Yeah. Well, not spoiled, but I don't know. She was the little one. There were 4 of us. So my older brother, he's the hippie party guy, and my younger sister was the party girl, social butterfly.
Okay.
And then there was my little brother and me in the middle. We were like the responsible ones. We just kind of like hung back and watched their show.
Okay.
And we're like, you just gotta like do the things, show up for the family, and hang back, and you can get away with almost anything because they were flying around doing the older ones were older and the younger were doing their crazy stuff,
All right.
like with cops,
All right.
cops and whatever.
Sure. Well, Teresa, thank you for the call. I appreciate it.
That is a middle child call right there.
So middle child just sitting back and observing.
She does bring up a good point
What?
in there somewhere. It's easier for the following siblings if you have an effed up older sibling.
Oh, yeah, because
Oh, yeah.
they suck all the energy out
Oh,
of
I
their
think
own.
one sibling that screws up, it changes all the dynamics, right?
Yes.
Like all those stereotypes go out
Easy
the
to
window.
follow.
I vividly remember the day I realized I wasn't my parents' favorite anymore.
Yeah.
Because I do believe when I was growing up, just being the oldest son, like I was the one. So like when I decided I'm going to go do stand-up comedy for a living,
Yeah.
right? Like I graduated high school. This is what we're going to do. I'm dropping out. Immediately, my brother Ryan was the golden child.
Yeah.
Like that was it. Like he had a great job. He was going to school. Look at him go.
Steady Eddie.
Yeah, and he's a kind human being. Like,
Dependable guy.
exactly. That was
Yeah.
the moment I was moved over to the side,
Yeah.
and Ryan waddled his way to number 1. He did. What?
Why you guys slip that?
Say-
I
Waddled.
watched it happen. I watched him waddle. You weren't there. Oh, is it her, little baby sibling boy?
Well, why you gotta take a
Oh,
shot?
little baby sibling boy. Don't like it when we're talking about our younger siblings. Baby sibling boy.
Waddling boy. He
252.
was born in waddling clothes.
Let's talk to Roger. Hey, Roger, how are you, buddy?
Good. How are you?
Good, man. What's up?
I'm the oldest boy in my family.
Okay.
Got an older sister. My sister Pam and we kind of raised the last 2 to 7 of us kids. And my sister Pam and I kind of raised the last
Says
two.
every older set
Ooh,
of.
is that bitterness coming out?
Ooh, I didn't have any responsibility. Little bitter boy.
I practically raised you. You know, mom and dad weren't around much. I always had to do everything.
You realize he's got a horrific story he's probably about to tell you.
I'm telling you, but this is the story of every older set.
Roger, go ahead, buddy. I'm sorry.
My mom had gone back to work, so the responsibility fell on my older sister and me.
We had to get them crops in.
No, Raj, I do think that's a common story. Like, you know.
And it's made up.
It's not made up, you idiot.
Oh, my God. You know, they poured you a bowl of cereal. What? They make it sound like they ran the UN.
Oh, no.
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you something else.
I'm so angry right now.
Let Roger talk, man.
I taught that boy how to play football.
Well, I did potty train him.
There you go.
It was a pretty cool method. He had messed his pants and.
Yeah, we know how that works, Roger.
Will you let the man talk?
Really? So, took him in the bathroom, cleaned him up, and then I tanned his butt. And that's how I potty trained him. He never pooped his pants after that.
All right, I'm going to let you go. Roger, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Man. Will you let him talk?
I regret saying, will you let him talk?
I slept that child.
That was my fault.
You wouldn't want to smell my hand after I slept that child for irreverent potty training.
Little smelly hand.
Waddling child.
You know, it's before we move on, I do want to include this because this was the most interesting point.
What's that?
We talking about how these traits stay as you get older.
Mm-hmm.
There have been studies done that show marriages between two firstborn children are more likely than others to end in divorce. In fact, they're the most likely.
Oh.
They contribute that to both of them having strong personalities and the tendency to take charge.
Control freaks.
You got it. Meanwhile, marriages between two middle children are the most likely to be stable and last longer. Researchers theorize that's because middle children are traditionally problem solvers and do not rock the boat.
Oh.
Right?
Okay.
It also has an effect you have at success. This stupid banana. It also has an effect on the success you have as adults. Firstborns are more likely to be the highest earners of the siblings. They are likely to have jobs and positions of power. Meanwhile, youngest siblings are more likely to take risks in their careers. They are also more likely to work in creative jobs such as art, music, and writing.
Look at that. Okay.
Right? And it's funny. Like, we all have this idea that we are where we are in our lives based on how hard we work or what we wanted. But it's bizarre to think something as simple as when you flew out of your mother dictates where you end up. Mm-hmm. And I get that it's not all the same for everybody, but
it's just your mentality of things, really.
But Kimmy, these numbers suggest there's a pattern here, right?
So so you don't want to be the oldest because you're the most depressed.
But
according to this, you make the most.
Yes, you're the most depressed. You have the most anxiety, but you are the highest earner on average.
Right, but it sounds like the lower you go, the better it is.
Well, but you could be broken happy, or anxious and rich.
Well, I would take happy. I think most people want to be happy, right?
Little boy, you're talking about the little creative boy moved to his wife's house. Don't pay no rent, he's broke. The study works for this too. You pathetic little man.
But look, I'm wearing my pajamas.
Let's take a break. Speaking of money, all of a sudden, this has become more affordable.
Damn.
It's like one of the few things where the price is going backwards.
Really?
Well, I mean, it's made here in America.
Oh,
it is
good.
Locally grown right here in New York State.
All right.
And even with the taxes.
The taxes will get you, buddy.
I mean, this must mean that there are folks that swore they would never commit to this.
Yeah.
Jumping in the game.
Damn.
We'll get to it next here in the break room. Let's see that. This is great news for all you cannabis enthusiasts in the greater Rochester area.
The Kimmies.
Well, look, the biggest bitch.
Why would you call her that?
That's how you made me stop talking. The biggest bitch
Well,
from
I get you say it twice.
the biggest bitch for pot users.
Yeah.
When it was first made legal here in New York,
What?
why would I pay New York prices when I can just keep smoking it from where I'm getting it?
All right.
Well, the prices you have become accustomed to at the dispensaries,
Yeah.
they're going down, baby.
So how?
Down, down, down.
Like what?
Much like your mom. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5.
Talking about your mom.
WC.
Person in room.
We'll jump right into
What?
it. The price of legal recreational marijuana in New York is getting lower.
How they do it is when everything costs more.
Well, first of all, made in America, buddy.
Yeah, but the raw materials, Pat.
The price of so the Office of Cannabis Management says the price of concentrate vapes. Am I saying that right, Kimmy?
Yeah.
Okay, concentrate and vapes. Excuse me. They're down 15% compared to last year.
Damn.
Edibles are down 15%, and flowered cannabis, that's just what you smoke, right, Kimmy?
I would think, yeah.
Okay, that's down 5%. And they say the reason is increased competition.
So this is awesome.
Yeah, the more legal shops that are opening, the lower the prices are getting. And
Yeah.
as we speak, there are 370 legal dispensaries right now in New York State, 300 of those operating in the town of Henrietta alone. So for the folks that were pro-legal marijuana,
Yeah.
I think the biggest concern was what the state was going to charge when the dispensaries opened,
Yeah.
right? And if you wanted to get your pot the legal way, how much more, Kimmy, it was going to cost you compared to buying it from the guy that lives down the street like
Sure.
you've done for years, right? I would love to know, and maybe we can find out here, because, I mean, it's 8:39, but if you smoke a lot of pot, you're probably not at work yet. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Did the folks who say they were going to stick with their local dealers start buying legit? Are you happy with what the prices are at the dispensaries, or are you willing to pay more based on the expertise and the items that you can get there versus just buying, what you're going to stick in a bong from a buddy down the street?
I would guess it has more to do with the selection of it all. I mean, like, and the different forms that a dispensary has versus I guess if you're somebody that's, just smoking it, then maybe you don't care as much. But yeah, you can go to those dispensaries and they have infused stuff that unless you really know somebody who knows what they're doing, I don't think you can really get that from the guy down the street.
But let me ask you, because I know you never illegally purchased marijuana, Kimmy, but compared to your friends who did illegally purchase marijuana, are they more likely, or you through them?
Oh, I think so. I know that people that do both,
Okay.
like whether they're growing it themselves or getting it from somebody who grows it, they'll have that ready to go. But they also like to go to the store and browse and get like the gummies and stuff that most people aren't making on their
How high are these people
own.
getting,
Oh, my
man?
God. Could you not go old man on me
Jesus
right away?
Christ. But the way she's
there's-
describing
well,
it,
there's
I
the
got a
thing,
guy
like-
over here, I'm buying candy, I'm doing edibles, I'm doing a line
It's
of
just-
this.
it's the same
Line?
thing
A line of weed? You
I don't
dork?
know. Hey, they got it all, Pet.
Same
they got
thing-
stuff you don't even know about.
Same thing in different forms. Like they have sleepy time ones that are like infused with like CBD and stuff. I mean, it depends on what you're looking to get.
Sounds awesome. You're pro marijuana.
I am.
I always have to remind you every time we have this discussion.
I am. I like to mock.
Okay. So, Tommy, we know sales are good. We talked last week about how Henrietta says they are lowering property taxes with the money they are
Yeah.
making off of the legal marijuana. So is that money coming from people who got back into it later? Or are these folks that had a pot connection before the dispensaries opened?
I'm thinking it's people. I always thought people my age
Okay.
that didn't do it. Did it as a kid. You raised your family now. You're retired. You're empty nesters. You're getting back into the game because I know a lot of people can't sleep.
Well, yeah,
And a
she
lot-
just brought up sleepy time.
Yeah.
So I said a lot of people my age take it to sleep.
Yeah.
Because they used to have 2 glasses of wine or a couple of shots, and they find now no hangover, and I sleep great.
Okay.
And I mean, I've
It's medicine.
I've been to the dispensaries. It's all
We
a bunch
know.
of Tommies
Yeah.
in there.
Wait.
It's just Tommy's and Kimmy's.
Annoying, unfunny short men.
Yeah, we're just breaking down Bravo shows, getting blasted.
252-WCMF. All right, the potheads have shown up.
Oh, yeah.
Man, what a pothead name. Mm-hmm. Troy's on CMF.
Troy.
Hey, Troy, what's up, buddy?
Oh, hey, man.
What do you got?
I still buy from like a underground dispensary, like a front.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait
so
a
it's
minute.
like a store, but
Yeah.
not doing it legally.
And they've got a full menu, all that stuff. They're knowledgeable, all that stuff, and it's way cheaper. But I'll go to the dispensary for, like, the special stuff, like the drinks or the different candies or all the different kind of edibles they have.
Okay,
so you're still doing both.
So when you so what are you buying from the illegal stores?
Just flour, as you called it.
Well, I was going based on the story. I'm not a pothead, man. I got kids and a job.
Yeah, no, but
no, but Troy. So, like, when it comes to the flour, how much? How less? I mean, how do I put this? How much are you saving?
Yeah.
What do you say?
How much of a discount are you getting by going to these illegal stores?
Hello,
Troy. Is your phone working?
Troy, did you?
Yeah, it's working. I can hear you again.
Sorry.
Okay, go ahead.
You broke up.
Yeah.
I didn't hear what your question was.
Troy, how much of a discount do you get buying from the illegal stores compared to the dispensaries?
Like half off.
Oh, wow, it's that much.
That's a good bargain.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, it's like $20 instead of 40 or 50.
But these dispensaries are still getting your money.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, when I
This
go
kid's
to
getting
the
high all
real
day,
dispensaries,
man.
they're packed.
Troy?
Yeah, they're packed in there.
Troy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Troy.
Yeah, I would guess that's what the legitimate.
How much they smoking, bro?
What the legitimate dispensary has over those other places is just a variety.
You know, he brings up the illegal storefronts as we talk about prices coming down due to competition statewide here in New York for marijuana. Those storefronts, Tommy, a year ago were a huge issue.
The illegals.
You got it. And the state came down hard on them.
Oh, yeah.
They looked the other way for a long time until the dispensaries got. I mean, we haven't seen those in the news, Kimmy, in a very long time.
No, I didn't think there were many of them left.
I'm surprised that they're still there now because, I mean, the state really cracked down. Mm-hmm. They were confiscating all of the marijuana these people had. They were taking all of the money that they could find from these places. You lost that. I mean, the risk versus reward. And then you got Troy calling up a radio show. I go to those places all the time. You want the address right now?
Could Troy be so wasted he thinks it's illegal? But it's not.
He's actually buying parsley. Man, I go to this great underground place called Pontillo's, man. It smells delicious. You know, the most surprising part of this whole legal experiment
Was it?
how these dispensaries have been thriving. Because, like, the state said you had to buy from them. But they carved out a tiny exception, and Kimmy brought it up a second ago. You were allowed to grow plants on your own property.
Yeah.
And Kimmy, you found out from some people you know the amount you're allowed to grow turns out is way more
than you need.
Thank you.
The harvest you're going to get.
You're going to end up giving a lot of it to friends and family,
That
I
and
guess.
tomatoes.
Because you have like a year's supply for sure.
Like, I personally would have thought when it came to cost, more people would have been growing versus buying.
But you may
growing's a
also
pain in
find,
the
I was going to
ass.
say, you may also find that you're bad at it.
Is it hard to grow pot?
Well, it's like
Marijuana?
I mean,
It's like a house plant.
it's effort, and then you
That's
got to
cool.
like dry it out and stuff. And I don't know, like if you're a heavy pot smoker, like there's different types,
Okay.
and you know, if you're,
You're
looking
high
for,
doing it,
if
too,
you're
don't
looking for a
forget.
specific type of plant, and I
It's
think
work.
like it's more work than a lot of people anticipate. So maybe they do it once and then they're kind of over it for a while.
No, but there may or may not be someone we know who
Yes.
is referred to as not the brightest bulb in the box.
Yeah.
Who somehow ended up with more than they could ever need for their entire life. Like, I think if that person does
Well,
that,
well,
anybody
Google
could do
helps
it.
with
Yeah,
that,
but it's
right?
like-
Google
What's that?
and YouTube.
Okay.
but there's such a process to it. Like she said, like you got to dry it out, raise it, water it, dry it out, processes it before you ever get high. It's like,
Okay.
I want a ham sandwich today. I'm going to go get a pig and a knife.
Yeah, but if the ham sandwich costs you $100 and the pig and the knife costs you $5,
Yeah.
I mean, there are people that are going to go get that pig, get that knife, and here comes a ham sandwich. I'm just saying,
Okay,
man.
yeah.
252 WCMF, perfect transition.
All right, who we got?
Jim's on CMF. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, buddy?
Not so bad, bud.
What up,
I
bud?
grew one plant last year. I got to say it was a very good growing summer for Western New York.
Okay.
But I'm still smoking that now. I haven't had to go to any place to get
And that's one plant.
one plant.
And now, correct me if I'm wrong, Jim. You probably know better than I do. The state says you're allowed to have 3 standard plants and 3 maturing plants. That's the legals.
I believe so. Up
Okay.
to 6, I think, total.
Okay. So, Jim, were you a gardener before, or is this something you just tried?
I just tried it.
Was it hard?
It's a weed. It'll grow anywhere.
Yeah, that makes sense. It being called weed.
Yeah.
No, it is. It will. If you put a seed in the
We
ground,
believe you, Jim.
just throw a little Miracle Grow on it, you're good to go.
Okay, and did you do it inside or outside?
I started it out inside, got to be about 6-8 inches tall, and then right around now is when you're going to start bringing them outside.
That's when you get that
The
pop.
weather's changing. You grow them, you start them in like middle of March, and then by right about now, you
high,
have to put them in the
baby.
ground.
All right, Jim, let me ask a stupid
Oh,
question.
yeah.
What did what do you think you spent between seeds, stuff to make the plant grow, like front to back?
Can't be much. It's
Zero.
No, the seeds wait, where'd the seeds come from, Jim?
The plant. Some plants produce seeds.
Okay.
so
So you just keep using the seeds.
yeah.
You
It's like
keep
how your
using
wife
them
grows
over
from
generation
seeds.
to generation.
I grow from seeds, son.
So you got the seeds from a buddy then?
No, well, probably. I don't know. Over the years, I mean, 5 years ago, you'd buy pot and you get a seed in it, you save it,
Oh, I got you.
and then
Okay. Bro, you're like the dude
yeah,
who
or you can buy seeds online.
Yeah, you can buy seeds at the dispensaries too.
Okay. What is a bag
And
of
it's a
I don't
dispensary.
know.
All right. It's funny, Jim.
I've
Like
been to the dispensary, but it's way overpriced.
you're keeping the seeds from the pot you're smoking. That's like the guy who like finishes a can of soda and then like puts it in his car to bring home to put
Yeah.
in the bag later.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not losing this 5 cents.
Oh, I do save those too.
Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Hey, have a great day, guys.
Take care. Can you Google what a bag of seeds costs in New York? See if we can pull it up. Because, like, I mean, if the savings
Yeah, but if you only can grow 3 to 6 plants.
legally, you
Oh, true.
prude ass bitch.
Do they only sell you 6 seeds?
I don't know.
Well, no,
I
'cause
don't
not
know how
every
many seeds, like what the percentage of like one seed succeeding is.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I
mean,
mean?
yeah, you know, and not every tomato plant's coming up,
True.
right?
Yeah. All right.
Like, what if you? So, like, let's say I want to follow the law,
Yeah.
and I plant all the seeds they give
Let's
me.
say I get 12 seeds.
Yeah, and all of them come up.
They all hit.
Do I destroy the plants?
Or you got to give them to somebody.
Well, no, because you can't. That's illegal.
Well, I can't, like, give you a plant?
No.
How would they know?
Well, they would again. They wouldn't. It is technically illegal.
Oh.
The only way for you to
Because I thought you just couldn't physically have more than 6 plants.
No,
total.
the only you cannot gift marijuana legally to
Oh.
anybody. The only way to get your hands on the seeds or the actual product is to buy them through a dispensary
Oh.
legally.
All right.
Legally.
So then you got to destroy the plant.
I mean, yes, in legal ways. Because like even if you have too much, giving that marijuana to a friend is by definition of the law in New York illegal.
Oh.
So you're looking at about $50 for a pack of seeds,
$50.
but there's all different strains of it, and they like this one's lemon cherry gelato.
Wait, was it?
Shut up. Really?
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Is it supposed to taste like that?
It must.
That sounds nasty.
Yeah, there's a bunch of they all Tropicana poison.
That doesn't sound good.
Poison? Yeah.
What do you
What's
got?
it, poison?
We got Facebook messages coming in. This person asked me not to use their name.
Mm.
Says, I grew my own plants last summer. And like you said, it was way too much. It would have been a big deal, but all right, let me try this again. It would not have been a big deal. But my fiance was bothered by the smell of it in the house, and that's even after I put it all in jars, so I won't be doing that again this summer. Is it that potent when you're growing it?
If you have that much, probably.
Okay.
And the marriage won't work out.
She's smoking it. You think it would help the marriage?
He's a little sensitive boy.
Okay. Remember when Kimmy got you marijuana gummies for Christmas? And
Yeah,
you wouldn't-
but me and my buddy got him.
Yeah, but you were the bitch. That
You
Neither
didn't
of
do
you
it
do
either.
'em.
I was scared. I was really scared.
Yeah.
I didn't want to see what happened.
Well, because Kimmy said like you only can have a little bit.
I just said start out with a little bit. See how
That's
it
what
feels.
scared me.
Itty bitty body boy. Tiny body boy. Don't want no marijuana gummies. Make him freak out. Have guilt finally for the first time in his life.
I don't know what these pants would look like if I got high.
All right, let's take a break. A man who is straight-laced and would never imagine touching this stuff.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that he's a deadhead.
Yeah.
Weirdo.
Mm-hmm.
Your Rochester Red Wings are in town this weekend, and he brought us what might be the best food that they sell at the ballpark.
Oh,
And
my God.
It's hard to find this outside of the ballpark in Rochester.
That's gourmet, buddy.
Damn right. Also, your Rochester Red Wings, one man specifically, is getting national attention
Yeah, you were saying.
for what he's doing off the field.
Wow.
And we'll get into all of this next here in the break room. Let's see about. How about some baseball, buddy?
Let's do it.
Your Rochester Red Wings are at home this weekend, and it's always a good time at the ballpark.
Oh, yeah.
But there is someone who has been a part of that franchise far longer than anyone else has that is getting some national attention.
This is pretty cool.
It's super cool.
Yeah.
And most importantly, because these people are like the nicest people of all time. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We are joined by our good friend, general manager of your Rochester Americans, and a man who looks amazing in a quarter-zip.
Rochester Americans?
Oh, I'm sorry, Rochester Red Wings. I'm sorry, playoffs on my mind this morning. Well, I mean, look, there's a lot of Rochester sports things happening right now.
Yeah.
Mace,
A lot of good stuff going on.
You
Let's go.
also like hockey.
Go Wings. I love hockey.
You're right.
I love the Amherst.
My apologies. You could go see them at Innovative Field across the street.
Wait, the Razor Sharks are innovative field. That's pretty crazy.
GM of the Rochester Red Wings, Dan Mason. Mace, how's it going?
Good morning, guys.
All right, first of all, thank you for bringing the best ballpark food you guys have.
Yeah, this is a treat.
Would you like to explain what we're eating here?
Sure. We're eating jambalaya today. And this is by far our most popular food special. This is what the season seat holders clamor for all year long. And you can get it tonight. Game time 6:05.
It's so good.
At the Black Angus stand on the first base side.
Look, man, you have Cajun,
It's legit.
You have Cajun family.
Yeah.
Right? I travel for a living. Kimmy, I don't know what your jambalaya
I
background
don't have
is.
much experience.
This is so
Mostly in makeup. Just get a jambalaya at all.
I don't even get it. Stupid joke.
Oh, she's coming for your jokes.
I guarantee.
She didn't get that, by the way. No, like you can't find good jambalaya in restaurants in the greater Rochester area.
No.
This is off the charts.
Yeah, delish.
Absolutely. Chunks of chicken, andouille sausage, rice, fresh vegetables, and loads of shrimp.
Well, it's so good. Now you
doesn't
do
love
this.
shrimp?
I'm going to keep eating.
Well, he's rifling right through that sausage. It's delicious.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah.
All right, Mace. So 6:05 tonight.
6:05 tonight, Teacher Appreciation Night, and it's our first Bark in the Park night, so
Wait,
you can bring your dog to the ballpark.
Okay, so you can bring your dog to the ballpark.
Right.
Yep.
You made a face when it said Teacher Appreciation Night. Why'd you make a face?
You're appreciating them for it.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, yeah. Hey, it's a great job.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, it's secure job night and summer's off night. We salute you,
Hey.
our fans that have the entire summer to enjoy baseball. Thank you again for your service.
Well, first of all, that's good marketing.
Hey, didn't your wife work in a school?
Yes, that's why I have a house to live in. I salute her, and her summer's off.
So
and
how-
full medical.
How does Bark in the Park work?
So you bring your dog to the ballpark.
Okay.
Go through the Plymouth Avenue gate, and we have the dog pound area, which is out by the left field scoreboard, and we rope off the third base berm.
All right. But yeah, you can't be walking through the joint.
Well, no, but I mean, some people have to. Like, if you go get food, can I bring my dog to go get my jambalaya?
No. You bring another human that can. We got to keep the dogs in the dog pound.
Gotcha. Allergies and stuff.
Yeah.
And poop.
But
Yeah,
just dogs.
What's that?
You know, dogs, they get crazy.
Okay, no, I understand. I've seen dogs before. Thank you.
Yeah.
I just
You
wondered
know, dogs, they're crazy.
if I want to get my dog jambalaya, can I bring my dog to get the
Probably
jambalaya?
not a good idea on the ride home.
All right, so 6:05 first pitch tonight.
Yep. 105 tomorrow. Clean sweep day tomorrow.
Oh, I love clean sweep. It's our
yeah.
favorite day of the year.
How does that work?
It works like this.
What do I do?
Show up at the ballpark at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
All right? You get
But
a
is it
free
early
t-shirt.
for a game?
No, hey. Full day tomorrow. 8 o'clock in the morning, show up at the ballpark, get a free T-shirt,
Free T-shirt?
breakfast, free breakfast,
And food, but that's insane.
free coffee. Then we'll give you instructions on where to go to help beautify the city we know and love. Get on a bus, go there to the job site. A couple hours of volunteerism. Come on back to the ballpark around noon. You get a free ticket to the game.
Wow.
You get a free Zweigel's hot dog
So 2 meals.
and a free Coca-Cola.
Look at that.
Wow.
Yeah, what could be better than that?
So
All for just a couple of hours of sweat. equity.
Eliminating the first part.
All right, let me ask you a question, because that is a fantastic situation.
And it cleans up the city, Pat.
Very noble. How hard do I have to work to guarantee my ticket to the game tomorrow?
I mean, you got to try. You
No,
gotta
like, will
put
there
a
be-
little effort in.
Will there be someone watching?
Like the sheriffs with those mirrored glasses.
Yeah.
He's in the side of the road in those southern movies.
Because, like,
Look, let's talking over there, boy. This ain't the high school prom now.
let's say hypothetically. Hypothetically.
Oh, wait, you're just going to show up and go for a walk? What do you mean? I mean,
Well,
you're
no.
already there.
Let's say Tommy and I want free breakfast, free lunch, a ticket to the game,
Yeah.
and we want to beautify the city, but
Not that much.
exactly.
Well, yeah, you didn't show up to our work one, so.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. If we stand there with a ring,
There's no quota.
yeah, like how does that work? Is there someone?
Just work a little bit.
No, I'm not
will ya?
saying not to work. I'm asking in a weird situation, is there going to be someone that comes back to the ballpark and is like, they didn't do anything?
I don't think they're going to be keeping score as who cleans better than.
There will be narcs, though, that are working there. He doesn't deserve a hot dog. He didn't do nothing.
Tomorrow, 1:05. Show up at the ballpark at 8.
All right,
All right.
sounds good.
Do a
by
little
the-
volunteering.
you also you usually have some Rochester Red Wings that go out and clean with everybody.
Absolutely.
So who do we know yet? Who this year is?
Chase
Yeah, who you mad
Selesky.
at?
Couple of our pitchers are going to be volunteering tomorrow.
I mean,
Chase
like-
Selesky and Seth Schumann.
Okay, I'm sorry. Who's the first one I cut you off?
Chase Selesky.
Okay, Chase Selesky. Like being a pitcher seems like a great gig because you only work once every 5 days.
Yeah, but then this happens. The things they don't tell you about.
All right, so 105 first pitch tomorrow. What about Sunday, Mace?
Sunday, game time 1:05. Kids can run the bases with the world's fastest mascots, Spikes and Mitzi.
Is that confirmed?
Yes,
Yeah.
for sure. I guarantee it.
No, you didn't do the voice right.
I guarantee it.
Thank you,
There you
Mace.
go.
You know what? It was funnier the other way.
Because
All
it's
right.
jambalaya night tonight.
Is it so? But only jambalaya tonight.
Tonight.
All right. So I can't get the jambalaya Saturday and Sunday.
No.
If I'm looking for jambalaya,
You got to go tonight.
all right.
Get it tonight.
But I'm telling you, it's worth the ticket
Yeah.
to the game just for the jambalaya. It's delicious.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with all that being said, very
Yeah.
exciting weekend with the Red Wings over at Innovative Field. You guys are getting some national attention.
Yeah.
Specifically, one very special man, Fred Costello. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Is the longest playing professional sports organist in America.
In the history of professional sports.
Oh, it's not even
Wait.
active.
In
the
the
history
history
of
of all
professional
sports.
So how
Yes.
long has he been there for?
This will be his 49th season.
Holy
damn.
cow.
Yeah.
Is he broke? Is he coming up short or something?
No. He's 89 years young,
That's amazing.
Hey, bro,
and he still tickles the ivories every game.
not only is he a brilliant player,
Yeah.
like he's sharp as hell. Like I don't mean to be like 89-year-olds all like that,
Yeah.
but like you can that guy, he's funny, he's engaging,
Yeah.
right? Like
He's a salesman.
All right, so this is a piece. So CBS National News
Yeah.
National news.
came to Rochester to do a piece on Fred Costello. And you said Saturday night there will be like a big long piece.
We were told by CBS that they're going to do an extended version of the interview that ran last night. And the interview that ran last night was amazing.
All right, so here's a piece of it from last night.
Fred got his start playing in Vegas lounges, and then this gig came up in 1977. The dream was to be a ball player himself, but players come and go.
I don't see too many guys playing ball for 50 years.
I love it. But here's the thing. As great as Fred is,
Yeah.
somebody else stole the show last
Oh,
night.
really?
Because Fred has his wonderful, beautiful wife, Kathy.
So they've been married. Oh, this is the sweetheart he came here for.
Yeah.
Correct.
They've been married for a long
Long time.
In fact, they show a picture of their wedding,
Yeah.
their
Yeah.
wedding photo. And, I mean, I know you used to babysit for Fred, so you probably know what they look like. But it's like the most, 1940s, just after the war wedding picture
Yeah.
you've ever seen. So Kathy, Fred's wife, also works for you guys.
She's worked at the ballpark a very long time. She's been our night secretary, since before I got there.
Still works the switchboard. Hello.
Red Wings, what can I do for you? But last night in the interview, Fred
Yeah.
wants them to meet his wife,
All
and
right.
she stole the show yesterday.
Well, yeah, he's on the screen 4 times a night. He's been there 49 years on that screen. And me, they don't know. I hand out the paychecks.
That's the real
No one
important
gives
job.
Do you think at home, like he has an organ, and when she starts yelling at him, he just starts playing that organ louder? Dun 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 dun.
He definitely has one at home. He's got a studio in their house.
Oh, man, he's great. So, and by the way, he's written a book. He's got several albums.
Yep.
Like the guy, he's a phenomenal
Yeah.
human being.
He wrote the Here Come the Red Wings song.
He wrote that
which you
song?
hear every night. Yeah, he
Here
wrote
come
that.
the Red Wings.
Composed it, wrote it,
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
played on it.
Does he play out anymore, or is it
Put
just
your
Wings?
Nelly out to belly, Gritch and Baylor too. There you go. There's just a couple of the lyrics.
Yeah, you nailed it. We should
Jambalaya night tonight.
call CBS, bring him back, get that on film. Does he play out anymore, or is it just the ballpark now?
No, he still plays out. He plays at the Jazz Fest every year.
Oh, Pat Pat has a great opinion about jazz.
What?
I'd like to hear it.
Well, no, I mean,
Did you tell Chet when you've been home how much you love jazz.
Call him Chet? You called him Chet.
Did you?
Why did you call him Chet?
I don't know. Because it sounds jazzy.
Oh, you don't know his name? You don't know the man's name? He's been doing this for longer than anybody else in the history of the world. Hey, hey, Chet Costello, ladies and gentlemen.
Tell about the jazz.
And his wife, Barbara. Oh, okay. So, Mace, loaded weekend this weekend.
Big weekend.
Tonight,
6:05, Teacher Appreciation Night and Bark in the Park Night.
I don't know why that is
Tomorrow,
so funny. Oh, but you forgot. No, you forgot the most important thing.
And jambalaya tonight.
Tonight.
Only.
Tomorrow, bankers. Salute to bankers. We salute you, bankers.
Jambalaya tonight at the Black Angus stand. All right. Game time 6:05. Tomorrow, game time 1:05. Clean sweep starts at 8 a.m. So if you want to get a free ticket to the game, all you got to do is show up tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
All right. Then Sunday, game time 1:05. You can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi. Kids can run the bases with Spikes and Mitzi.
Yeah, we've talked about this. Yeah,
Yes,
so
kids.
only kids. Even though you don't have a clear definition on the back of the ticket of what a kid is.
Well, 12 and under.
Where'd you say that?
Sunday, game time 1:05. Jambalaya tonight.
Your general manager of your Rochester Red Wings, ladies and gentlemen, Dan Mason. Mace, always a pleasure, buddy.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
Hey, always great to see you.
Great to see you guys.
All right. Tommy's in a bad way.
Wait, what happened?
Well, you were telling me that things at your house have all of a sudden gotten unfair.
Well, I figured something out.
Oh, did you figure? It's not that hard to figure out, stupid.
I cracked that code, baby.
Okay, here's the thing. You're fighting this, and the only way to solve this problem is to roll with the punches.
Yeah, that's great.
No, you can do this too as I spit rice onto my
How?
microphone. I'm going to explain.
I don't think it's a two-way street.
Oh, it's 100% a two-way
How?
street. We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. A very smart man once said, marriage is a constant negotiation. And to win that negotiation, you need leverage.
Yeah.
But someone in this room is a little frustrated with the way his marriage negotiation is going.
Yes.
Because you claim that you're being forced to do all kinds of things thanks to a tiny shield.
Yes.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 9:30. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, you get a little creepy.
Yep, Creep Cap coming at you. And a man who had a brilliant plan to make over $100,000
Wow.
that has landed him in prison.
Oh.
And we'll get to it just after 9:30 here in the break room on CMF. So, I mean, you're loving being a grandpa, right?
Yeah.
Right.
You know, we get the kids that come into town, or we go over there. But it's nice.
Yeah,
you
it's
know.
nice having the kids in the house.
Yeah, but they're in and out, you know, perfect time.
Sure.
Yeah. But I've noticed something when the grandchildren are in the house.
Oh.
That my wife's list of things and needs and wants and ideas go up a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotta prepare.
Excuse me?
You gotta prepare.
No. I mean, when the physical child
okay.
is there,
Okay.
when we're just talking, babysitting, she'll have, like, thoughts.
Can you give me an example?
You know, the oven doesn't work the way it used to.
Oh.
I think we need a new oven.
Oh, like big purchases.
Or this is wobbly.
Okay.
Or you know what we need or should do. And I know what she's doing. There's going to be no pushback because I've got a 3-year-old shield between me and no.
Yeah.
And I can't say anything. I got to be, let's get an oven and go to lunch somewhere away from our house.
Kimmy, you know what the best part about Tommy now just experiencing little kids is?
What's that?
He's discovering things that every other man learns in his 20s and 30s when they first have their own kids.
But it's weird. He's had nieces and nephews.
Yeah, but he hasn't been this close to a child.
Right.
Probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Tommy, of course your wife is using the kid as a human shield. That's what moms and grandmas do.
I thought that was illegal due to the Geneva Convention.
No,
we don't tolerate that. I saw a sniper. You're not supposed to do that.
If you want something done.
Yeah. You wait till the grandkids come.
Right? Yes. Or you wait till the kid is in the room and have that conversation.
Yeah, because you can't say nothing.
Look, you're like a man who's been living in the woods for 50 years, running up to strangers, being like, have you seen a cell phone? Have you guys seen this? Yeah, man. Everyone that has ever had a kid has experienced exactly what you're
But
experiencing.
it ain't no two-way street.
Oh, it's 100% a two-way
I couldn't
street.
say something. She should have write down.
All right, let's break this down. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. There is good news and there is bad news.
All right.
The bad news, there is absolutely nothing you can do
No.
to get your wife to stop doing this.
No.
And you do have to go along most of the time with whatever she wants while she's using.
Because you can't have an argument.
Exactly.
Or you can't even question it.
The good news,
What?
you can do the same thing to her.
I got no grenades, bro.
Okay.
What's my shield?
But same shield. Same shield.
The kid.
I don't think it works both ways.
Let me explain. Women will use the kids to get their husbands to do things.
Yeah.
Men use the kids as shields for fun.
Oh.
Is there something you want to go do that your wife thinks is dumb or juvenile or a waste of time?
Trampoline park.
Yeah, okay.
You throw the kid at him.
All right.
Short of going out and drinking, every other man activity, you can use that kid as a human shield.
Well, I'll have to, get out of the house.
Yeah.
Okay.
It gives you the ability to go do things you wouldn't normally be welcome at because the kid is there.
Yeah.
You want to go see a silly movie? Kid shield.
All right.
You want to go to an amusement park? Kid shield. You want to go look at heavy equipment or see baby animals at a petting zoo or go to a ball game or a race?
Slow
Kid.
down. I'm writing these down.
But I'm saying, it just sucks that you don't like any of that stuff.
Well, I like the cranes and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. And baby animals.
You use the kid as the shield.
I'm waiting for slot car time
Okay.
and model train time.
Yeah, that's the
But I
perfect.
think the kid's a little off. A couple of years.
Okay, you think so? I think they would love a model train.
Yeah.
at
No,
3.
because I know if I bring it up, he's too young for that.
Okay.
He's going to get hurt with that. I got to wait.
All right.
Again,
In a few years, then.
you're doing it wrong. God. Help this man out.
What am I doing
252 WCMF, 252-9263. With things like slot cars
Yeah.
or model trains, when you have a kid in the house or one that you know is coming over as your grandkid, you don't ask permission. You buy them.
And you beg for forgiveness.
No, you break it out when the kid is
Watch
there,
them enjoy it.
and your wife won't even be upset.
All right.
It's going to be adorable.
So I should take the dirt bike out of the box?
Is that one for you? The kid dirt bike? What are you not getting?
I don't know. I've never done any of this stuff before.
I understand.
It's all new to me.
It's just so funny. Like, you came in the other day.
It's like English.
He's licking his lips like, oh, I know my wife's doing something. When do you hear this? It's like, yeah. Yeah. That's what women do with kids.
They weaponize them.
Yeah. So, like, here's what you do.
All
When
right.
is your grandson coming next?
They're in and out all the time.
Okay. So, you go.
I'm going to load up.
You go buy a train set.
Pat said to do this.
Yes. No, don't say that, because then she's going to know you're planning against her.
Oh.
Because your wife will not admit that she's using the kid as the human shield.
Well, no, of course not.
Okay. And you cannot admit you're using the kid as your human shield. The second it's admitted, the game is over.
All right.
Right? You have to feign ignorance,
So I
just
gotta
like
be sly.
Yeah. So you go out today and you buy a kick-ass train set.
All right.
And you keep that train set in the trunk of your car. And when your grandson is on his way and your wife's out of the house for a little while, you set up that train set in the middle of the living room. And when he walks through the door, you have it running while he walks in.
All right.
And you're golden. Now you get to play trains.
Okay.
But
all right.
okay, so that may work with, grandma, but there is like another factor here, and
Who's
that's
that?
mom. Because I'm guessing like if he went out and bought something that mom felt maybe a little too dangerous, that's going to cause an issue.
Okay.
All right. Well, I mean, model trains
Not
and
so much the
sidecars.
model trains. I'm talking about like maybe when they get a little bit older and you want to buy them like anything with a motor.
Okay, the dirt bike you brought.
Yeah.
Or a BB gun or something
Yeah.
like that.
A scooter.
It gets a little bit more complicated. Like your fun is limited a little bit.
Well, yeah, anything that requires a helmet.
Okay, but I don't think that kids they have the balls to say to their grandparents no.
You don't think?
My mother bought my kids pogo sticks, which is like the most dangerous thing you can buy a child. And I just kind of had to eat it.
Yeah.
How about if I got them like Paw Patrol Bomb Squad? No?
Your diffuse. How do they diffuse? They have no thumbs.
You don't want to find out. They're not that good at it.
Clip the red wire. I can't hold this
We
scissors.
lost another one today, Sarge.
Can't they just sniff out the bomb?
Yeah, but you got to diffuse it.
No, that Paw Patrol, they're pretty badass, man. I don't know who's funding these guys.
252 WCMF. Tommy is arguing that your wife, is using your grandson as a human shield.
Yes.
To get stuff done around the house.
Yeah.
So the stove thing.
Yeah.
That's a little extreme.
No kidding. The stove's fine.
She wants a new stove.
She claims it's losing heat. We got a fire pit outside.
We got your Blackstone.
Yeah. Thank you. Man, I don't want to buy no goddamn stove. Like, buying appliances is like the worst.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
Yeah, that seems like something like you wait until it really dies
Thank
before
you.
you actually replace it.
Well, how old is the stove?
It is 10 year.
Oh, it's time to get a new stove.
No,
No, it says right here you have to replace the stove every 10 years. What's
I think we got another 5 in it.
I think Pittsford, no, it says right here, Pittsford has a law
Yeah, what it
that
says.
10 years is as long as you can keep a stove in your house. Go buy a new stove.
And here's the thing about a new stove. You just don't get to buy a stove. You have to buy a stove and somebody's got to put it in for you.
Yeah.
Which means you need like an electrician. And 10 year stoves have I don't even know if that stove there's a stove that would fit in that hole. Like,
Well,
it's such a pain in the ass.
It would be the last stove you ever buy.
No, the stove I have, that's
supposed to be.
That was the pitch. I outlived that stove, goddammit.
Well, when did you think you were going to die?
I don't know.
Now?
I was old. They said, quality machinery.
252 WCMF. Tommy believes his wife is using their grandson as a human shield, only having conversations to get Tommy to do or buy stuff when the kid is in the room so there can't be an argument. And, of course, she is, because this is what women do. And every man that had a kid knows this. Tommy is not understanding. He can do the same thing. And the game is not about getting your wife to stop, like I said.
Yeah.
It's about using your grandson.
It's your counter.
Yes.
Flip the
Counter
game.
move.
Squeeze out every bit of fun your wife
All right.
wouldn't normally have. And there's a double benefit.
What's that?
Well, like we talked about. One, you get to do all the fun stuff.
Yeah.
But more importantly, when you use your grandson as a human shield to do fun stuff, you score major points with mom and dad.
Oh, yeah.
With your wife.
If it all goes well.
It was your idea to go have fun with the kid, and when the kid has a smile on their face and you're out there with him and you're holding hands, bro,
All right.
it's so sweet. Bottle it up, put in a you-hoo logo. It's like chocolate milk is what I'm saying.
Okay.
And if you play it the right way,
Yeah.
it can also get you out of things she wants you to do.
Such as.
Okay, so there are two types of grandmas and grandpas. There are the at-home grandparents where the kids come over.
Yeah.
They hang there all day. There are some toys, but nobody leaves.
Yeah.
And then, Kimmy, there are the activity grandparents. They come and get the kid.
Yep.
Most times they take them out for an adventure. The more time you spend out of the house with your grandson,
Yeah.
the less time she has to look around at things she wants done. The less time
All right.
she
Take it
has.
on the road.
You got it.
All right.
I mean, look.
Be the adventure grandparents.
Yes, the more you're out of the house, the less stoves you have to buy and hinges you have to fix and floors you have
But
to.
he hates that, though.
What's worse?
Right.
I mean, I feel like you're not like an adventure kind of grandpa.
Well, I mean, adventure what it is.
Oh, it would be something you'd enjoy doing that would also involve a kid.
Cranes,
Okay.
All right, let's go look at machinery.
warplanes,
All right.
Geneseo.
boats.
Bro, you just go down to
Okay.
Charlotte.
All right.
Yeah.
Then
all
you
you gotta
named
do.
some good stuff then.
Yeah, anything where I could just stand and look at it.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
the
want
kid
to walk around too much.
It ain't checkers, man. It's chess.
All right.
And even the dumbest
Oh,
husband.
cigar night, too.
I'd avoid that one. That one, maybe take that off the list.
All right. The best way to pull this off, and this goes out to all the young dads, too, that are just figuring this out. Get the kid interested in something you love.
Okay.
For example,
Well, it's easy when they're boys.
well, for most men, yes.
What?
Hey, kid, you like jazz? I hear Chet Costello's playing
Yeah,
down at the
yeah.
Jazz Fest. My youngest daughter loves The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And we started watching The Simpsons together when she was like a baby.
Mm.
So now, if my wife wants me to do something in the house, all I have to do is ask Claire if she wants to watch The Simpsons
All
together.
right.
And instead of
Sorry,
me...
I made a commitment. Prior commitments.
Yes, and my wife doesn't even... She doesn't... I don't know if she realizes what's going on or it's not worth the fight.
Yeah.
But, like, I'm not slinking out of doing husband duty.
No, you're doing something.
I'm spending quality time with my daughter.
Yeah, you don't act. It's an activity.
Yeah, same thing with going out in the driveway and playing hockey with my oldest.
Right.
Right? I mean,
Okay.
this could be your life
All
if
right.
you play it the right way.
Okay.
You play to win the game. Like, find the thing that you and your grandson can bond
Well,
with.
he's still little yet. I mean, he's only 3.
I'm telling you, man.
Paw
Those,
Patrol we like. We enjoy.
those kids
Yeah.
are brighter than you think.
I know they're sharp.
They're picking up more than you think.
They repeat.
Okay,
too.
stop being a... Yeah.
They do. So you got to watch your mouth.
So don't curse in front of the kids.
I don't. But I've caught myself many times.
I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah.
did you have activity grandparents or did you have
I had
homebody?
activity grandparents.
Okay.
Like they always love to go to like Canandaigua and spend the day like on the lake.
Oh.
Like they were big. Like I feel like we always went to the lake or something.
Push her out in a rowboat.
Some sort of like outdoor activity. My grandpa also. I feel like there are standard grandpa activities like building a snowman, shooting hoops in the driveway, stuff like that.
Yeah, really?
That ain't happening.
Bottom of rim, bottom of rim,
Yeah.
bottom of rim.
I'm not letting that kid dunk on me.
No, like I had the opposite. Like both of my dad's side, they had passed away by the time I was 7.
Yeah.
So I have memories, but like I don't have a lot.
Yeah.
And my grandpa was dying of cancer. This got really dark.
Library trips, big.
And you got that library right around the corner.
Yeah.
And you have to be so quiet you're not allowed to curse.
Yeah, you just sit there while they do their thing.
Yeah.
But like my mom's parents were solely at-home grandparents.
Yeah.
Like they refused to go
Oh.
like anywhere. Like trips to Wegmans were exciting when I was
Okay.
staying at my grandparents'
Yeah.
house.
Huh.
So like what sucks about your house is, you know, like your wife, it's a smaller house.
Yeah.
Right? So there's not a lot of room for the kid to like run around.
No, outside, yeah, but not inside. But
Well, like outside you can't run around either because of
Yeah.
all your landscaping.
well, yeah, you gotta be careful where you're going.
No, it's not like
Don't
he.
trample on those flowers.
Yes, exactly.
Well, yes.
The kid can't go run all willy nilly.
Well, they're in the back by the woods.
Are you serious right now?
Stick to the green areas, child.
I'll mark it off for you, kid.
Listen, man.
What?
You got to let some stuff go too. If you're gonna be fun, you're gonna use this fun as an excuse. You're gonna have to sacrifice some things, and that may be a flower bed or two.
He won't be able to handle that.
I know.
Well, I'll have to handle it. It'll just
Something may
either
get
way.
broken.
Oh, it's already happened.
Oh no, not
Well, you know, kids, they scratch.
Oh, I feel like there's a story that you don't want to share on the air. That's what I feel like.
No. So far, he's been a good boy. But, you know, it gets a little rough with the hardwoods.
You did not just say that.
What?
He gets a little rough. Yeah, of course he does.
You know, with the toys.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, pick it up and walk it over there. I don't say that. I let it go. Roll the goddamn thing over there. That's great.
It's got wheels, don't it?
Yeah. Not for hardwood. Them carpeting wheels.
All right, let's take a break. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah, good transition to creep.
Yeah, you got it. Creep Cap coming at you. Just a second here. Also, this man came up with a plan to make over 6 figures.
Damn.
Yep. And he's going to go to jail, it looks like, because of
Yeah.
it. But, Kimmy, I'm dying to know, if the accusations are true, are these people he knew? Or are these people that were like his customers? Because there's a difference.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's see you, Beth. Look, it's a great plan to make six figures.
Nice.
Right? Get rich and get rich quick.
Do it.
Well, no, you shouldn't because it's actually against the law, and this man could be paying with decades of his life. But the important question is not why.
Yeah.
The more important question is who.
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
You say a lot of gross stuff.
Number one, buddy.
Most of it this week directed solely at one person. All the disgusting things. Tommy said all week long, it's the creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Months.
And dude just pulled in.
Yeah, a whole bunch of dude just pulled in.
No, I left that on your mom last night.
That's why she's into that now. What is it? Doesn't even make sense.
I just dude her up.
Also, we got a beaver on the loose, bud.
Whoa, buddy. Buy her a drink.
Why did I not?
That would have killed on a country station. How would I know what my mother smells like with her legs up?
No, I said sneeze with her legs open, and I'm sure that happened. Achoo. And what's on my face?
You get appalled at the things I say.
Well, no, I mean,
my mother's splattering my face.
Bro, if it's a junk car, it ain't got chemicals left in it.
It oozes.
Okay, it's
like
already oozed.
Your mom.
Okay. The weirdest part, Kimmy?
What's that?
Every time Tommy took his pants off, that alarm would go off.
Oh, so your mom was over?
Shut up.
Because then it was.
Why would you say it like
I didn't say Pat. I didn't say Pat.
You started with Pat. You started with Pat, and you realized what you were doing, and you dropped the T. You gross son of a bitch.
You had to
Whatever
bring
you're into.
coochie meat into it. Softer. I have a soft side.
There is no soft side about it.
No.
And that's fine.
You're right, man. I had no soft side last night.
When was that?
Oh, it's not by your mom's side. It was a lovely time. We flew a kite right into her vagina. Didn't even touch the sides.
Okay, for God's sakes.
That's what it sounded like.
You don't even do the sound effect right. No, you got to get tongue and lip.
How would you know it's your mother's
No, it's your mom. That's what your mom does. When you get hit with a kite, with her
We're not doing my
vagina.
mother's vagina.
Her vagina kite.
Right.
Hers.
It's so good to be a creep.
It is creep. You know, we don't have the ability to listen to ourselves. But there are times where I hear things back.
Yeah.
And imagine I am just a man driving to work.
Yeah.
Why
What
does
a lucky son of a bitch.
Why does anybody listen to what we do? The Creep Cap on CMF. There is a man from Rochester who is going to be potentially doing some serious jail time.
What happened?
So this man was working in an unnamed bank here in the greater Rochester area. And while he was working there, he's accused of applying for 19 different loans.
Wow.
Under the names of different people without these people knowing he applied for the
So
loans.
they were legit people? Okay, probably customers, I'm guessing.
So we'll get to that in a second. Put a pin in it.
Yeah.
In total, authorities say this man got his hands on $168,000.
Wait, so he did get the money?
Yes, that's what it seems.
Damn.
So he was arrested.
Yeah.
This week he pleaded guilty. He has yet
To
to
no
be.
plan? Did he keep coming back to work?
It seems like it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
flaw one.
No, here's the thing. He's looking at 30 years in prison potentially.
Oh, my God.
And $1 million fine. So let's talk about what you were just talking about there. There does seem to be a pretty big flaw in the plan.
Yeah.
Because when you take out a loan,
Yeah. You kind of, you're there.
you got to pay back.
Yes.
Okay. So it doesn't make sense that he would have just taken out the loans and been like, done.
Mm-hmm.
Did this guy have like a get-rich-quick scheme he was trying to participate
Oh.
in? Could it have been a crypto situation?
Oh, like he's going to invest it in something, get paid off real quick, and put the money back?
Stock market,
Something
maybe?
that people couldn't explain.
Could be.
Yeah, right? Because, like, here's the thing. Even if these people are unaware that the loans have been taken out in their name, if he is able to pay the loan back and close it, no one would have known.
Okay.
Right? And he makes a little profit on it, and everybody wins. That had to be the plan here.
I guess. I'm dying to know, they say the age of the man?
We do not have the age of the man.
Because, I go to the bank because I'm an old guy, right?
Yeah.
And there's only 2 ages of men that work at the bank anymore.
Who's that?
Me and a kid out of college.
Okay.
There's no yous there that I've ever seen.
Okay, but that would also make sense because folks that are most likely to like fall into these get-rich-quick plans
It's got
are
to be the old and young.
yeah, young bros and like old guys. I've
Yeah.
seen a thing or two. I'm worried about my retirement. Here's how we're going to do it.
Bros and Joes.
If it's the same story I saw, I thought they said he was like in his 30s.
Okay, I didn't see it.
So maybe
He's gonna stick out just
maybe
for
I'm
that.
thinking of a different story. But the one I saw, it was a guy that was like 37.
Okay, all right. Well, that doesn't work for our theory at all.
No, it's a very confusing age.
Okay, but past the plan he had here,
Yeah.
I think the biggest question in this story
What's
with
that?
this man who pleaded guilty to taking out 19 different loans while working for a bank here in
Okay,
Rochester.
this might have been a different story.
Okay, thank you, Kimmy. And taking out $168,000 worth of loans. Do you think he knew these people personally, or were these random customers at his bank?
I would think he probably has a face for these people. That's why he probably thought he could get away with it.
Well, no, you can
think
have a
like he
face.
profiled them, like
He knew.
targeted a certain type of person?
Yeah, he saw them, and knew how savvy they were with the banking system or how much he had to help them.
Okay, but is that a customer or is that a friend or a family member?
I'm thinking they're customers.
Okay, so you're thinking this is no one connected to him.
Yeah.
Okay. Kimmy, your thoughts?
I would think it's somebody that's not connected to him only because you'd have to explain it more if it's somebody that you see all the time. And I feel like you'd get caught up in a lie.
Well, why? They wouldn't have to know you took out the loan. I mean, that's what happened here.
But
These
if they
people-
don't know,
Well,
I
but-
don't know, they're coming to you.
Maybe you got so many customers coming in and out to pick and choose from.
Sure.
That's the way I think you would go.
All right, that makes sense, but you're also running a much bigger risk here.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but to get to 19, I think you need customers.
Okay, yeah, I get you and I don't have a lot of friends, and our
Yeah.
family don't want to talk to us. But there are, any Italian
you
guy's
think-
got 19 guys immediately.
19 people that trust you that much, too.
Yeah.
Well, no, again, it says, Kimmy, in the story, these people
Yeah.
were unaware the loans had been opened in their
Right.
name. So he just did this. He put in the information,
Oh.
forged whatever, and
Yeah.
it was done. So these people had no idea.
So there was no, interaction.
No, he
There
just
wouldn't have to have been. Okay.
No, because he worked at the bank. He just
I
needed
see.
their names,
Because he had information in front of them, too, right?
Yes. So, okay, in that way, it would make more sense if they
Right.
were bank customers.
Yeah, it's so much easier.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
That poor bank.
Yeah, at least they caught him.
Okay, but he also, walk through this with me.
Right.
Because like you said, you still go to the bank.
I do.
Okay. So let's say you get
After I
home.
do my marketing.
Let's say you get home today
Mhm.
and you phone call, hello, this is, whatever bank.
Yeah.
Listen, everything's fine.
Okay,
We
good.
figured it out. But one of our employees, someone that you dealt with on a normal basis,
Oh,
out
Chet, probably. Good kid.
took out a loan in your name for $22,000.
Yeah.
Would you continue to work with that bank?
No, of course not.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, probably out.
Yeah.
Right. Because if it's friends or family.
Well, I don't know that if they caught it and I got paid back, I may. Man, switching banks is a pain in the ass.
How- but
man.
how-
Somebody took out a loan in your name for $22,000.
And
What are
how
the odds that
fast would
happens
they have to
again?
catch it for you to trust
Well,
them?
I'm off the hook. Right. So,
Well, here's the thing.
like a month.
So here's a month.
Well, processing fees and all that takes time.
So here's the other thing, and we'll never know this about this story.
Yeah.
People that have had their identity stolen, and the phone number is 252-WCMF, can attest to this. Just because they figure out your identity's been stolen,
Yeah.
and they are able to make you whole with the money that was taken, doesn't mean there aren't problems down the road, because there are people who everything's figured out, and then 4 or 5 years, they go to apply for a loan or a mortgage or whatever, and they find out, oh, wait a minute, this information wasn't given to this company who owns a credit
Yeah.
rating for da-da-da-da-da.
Yeah.
So they have to untangle this for like a decade. That's not out of the
But
question.
here's
here.
the thing, to leave the bank to go to another bank, I'm at the same risk because I think every bank has this risk, right? Where an employee could see something and pull a move. So what's the sense of leaving that bank?
You are the laziest person I've ever met in my life.
Yes.
You are a victim of fraud at the hands of an employee of the bank,
Yeah.
and you go, oh, but it's so hard to get a new debit card.
It is, man. All new codes and pins. Who needs it?
Are you serious?
I already got when I pull in, I can pull right in, get in, and out.
I would be furious.
Yeah, but
it
you're
would
an
be
angry
tough.
boy.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be angry boy. You wouldn't be furious?
Yeah, but is it the same? I don't know if I would have the same mentality of, well, now that they know this could happen, they're going to fix
Right.
it.
They'll
Like,
button it up.
is there less chance of it happening now because it happened and they know about it?
So where are you going? Where are you going?
They're gonna try to really tighten it up.
What are you
next
gonna do?
time.
Go
I don't
to
know.
some crypto bank?
Well, no,
Where are you
just
going?
another bank.
But that's the same scenario could happen.
Okay, but how? Okay.
You're just pissed off that it happened at this bank.
Yes.
Well, it could happen again at someplace else.
Well, see, your argument would be
I am pissed off.
You may have to stay at that bank so they can fix it for you.
Yeah.
Too.
Without being held hostage by the bank?
And
Well,
I
I
don't
don't
know
wanna-
how long that would take.
I'm going to pull out tens of dollars out of that place.
That's the funniest part, right? Like, you even use your debit card for anything other than ordering tracksuits. 252 WCMF, again, talking about this man. Police say he took out 19 different loans under the names of different people without the people knowing about it. Police say in total he got his hands on $168,000. He's pleaded guilty. He's looking at 30 years in prison and $1 million fine. But let's go back to this whole bank idea.
Yeah.
Your argument, Tommy, that I should stay because what are the odds that it doesn't happen somewhere else? If every week we had a story where a guy took out loans in people's names, that's a valid argument. We've never seen this story before.
But it may have happened. I don't know.
Oh, it may have happened. Oh, it was just one of those days where they didn't report
Well,
on
smaller,
a man. Okay.
smaller amounts. Maybe not $100,000, but if somebody clipped the bank for $1,000, that may not make the news, right? I mean, people stealing money from the customers.
I don't know.
I think it would still, no.
Really?
God, you're so dumb.
I hate like redoing stuff.
So,
it
like-
sucks.
Okay. So, like, if you went into Wegmans today
Yeah.
and the kid behind the counter punched you in the chest and said, "Give me your wallet," you'd go back to Wegmans tomorrow.
Where else am I going?
Another grocery store.
Another
Another
Wegmans.
Okay.
But I could get punched there too.
This is true.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing Monday next year in the break room on CMF. Ask me rapper.
Yeah.
Friday break room CMF. I got problems, man.
Yeah, you do.
I got jambalaya on my sweatshirt.
By the way,
you're wearing a dark color. So you
one
might
of the
be
worst
okay.
stains to get is jambalaya stain.
No, you're right, Kimmy. It's dark, but it's somehow I can see it.
Oh.
That's not good at all. Damn it. I love this sweatshirt. It's very
Yeah.
comfortable.
All right. Sorry. You're going to have to throw it out.
Oh, shut up. Like, you would be losing your mind.
I was very careful handling that jambalaya, even when I had to walk it across the street to throw it out. Because you can't leave it in here. The studio will stink all weekend.
Yeah. Nobody's going to change the garbage. So,
Yeah.
Tommy and I both had to, go outside and find a garbage can and chuck our jambalaya.
Across the street. But the city of Rochester will take care of it.
To the jambalaya can. All right, we will be back here Monday morning, but we got to get out of the way for Jolene. Jolene.
Enjoy your show, Jolene.
Yeah, big jambalaya fan, by the way.
Is she really?
I have no idea.
Bless her heart.
But she's got 10 straight songs, 10 and 10, here on CMF. For Kimmy, who's still sitting on her jambalaya. Did you get rid of it?
No, I was just waiting to throw it away.
Oh, so you're not going to finish your jambalaya?
I did finish it.
For Kimmy, you ate all her jambalaya.
I'm the only one that finished it in this room.
Well, I got to go work out.
To go work out.
Oh, I don't want to be...
Whoa. You can't talk
I have
either.
Pilates
I kicked
class.
around the protein. No rice for me.
For Tommy Muley, who's not man enough to finish jambalaya.
I made rice hands.
My name's Pat Tommy. We'll see you back here next week, 6 a.m. Monday morning in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.